Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The chair is in another committee doing another bill. And so I am in charge right now. So everybody just behave yourselves and let's get this show on the road. So the hearing lineup today, and it's Tuesday, February 13th, 2024. And the hearing, this is the lineup. Senate Bill 137 is number 1. Number 2 is Senate Bill 204. Number 3 is Senate Bill 106. Senate 4 is Senate Bill 799. Number 5 is Senate Bill 335. Senate Bill 6 is Senate Bill 409. Senate Bill 7 is 359. Senate Bill 8. Senate Bill 175 is 8. Senate Bill 124 is 9. And the last but not least is Senate Bill 18, number 10. And subject to change because it depends on where other senators are in the system here. So, but right now, this is where we are. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so for the first bill, is he here?
Senator Rosapep, I don't believe he's here.
So what do you want to do?
So we go to Senator Benson.
Okay, Senator Benson, Senate Bill 204. Would you come up? And if you have a panel, please bring them up.
Would you like for the speakers to come up to?
Okay, here's your panel.
To testify, could they please come up?
Darling Hancock. And these here too.
In bold.
Carissa Proctor and Judith Gallant. And Caitlin Bison.
All right.
Oh, Caitlin is on virtual, so.
Bringing her in right now.
All right.
Do you have
Well, where are they here?
Sterling Hancock? Carissa Proctor? Judith Gallant? Okay,
Are they in the hall?
and
Gee whiz.
this might be,
All right.
and your name is?
Carissa Proctor?
Yes, okay, Carissa Proctor, okay, you can sit up here next to the senator. And Starling Hancock? Judith Gallant? Okay, well, we'll see if they come in. Okay, Senator Benson, take
Yes.
it away.
Before I get started, I want to tell you all that I sure do miss being on the Finance Committee. I want you to know that. And I'm just very, very happy to be here this afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Finance Committee. I'm here this afternoon seeking your support for Senate Bill 204, the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact, which will allow unauthorized regulated social workers who hold multi-state licenses to practice social work in Maryland. This bill streamlines the social work licensure process where needed when moving from state to state. It further anticipates and provides for a modern world for telehealth services by allowing social workers to practice across state lines, which can increase the availability of care and support in underserved areas, leading to a better quality of life for those in need. Currently, social workers must seek a separate license in each state in which they wish to practice, which can be labor and time intensive. A compact creates a more efficient processing system while protecting public safety. A big advantage is states participating in the compact use a shared data system, which will enable them to verify that social workers have met the requirements to practice under the compact and are in good standing with our regulatory board. Senate Bill 204 offers Maryland the opportunity to be one of the 7 states for this compact and to take needed action for the robust provision of mental health services. I am convinced that the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact, Senate Bill 204, will lead our state to a brighter tomorrow with the support of bright professionals who are skilled and competent, who will be coming to the great state of Maryland. Thank you so much, and I ask for your unwavering support for Senate Bill 204.
Are there any questions from the committee for the sponsor? Seeing none, I think we'll go to Carissa Proctor, and we have a 2-minute limit.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Carissa Proctor, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland chapter of the National Association of Social Workers, Maryland chapter. I am here today to voice our strong support for Senate Bill 204, the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact, sponsored by Senator Benson. At the heart of our support for the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact lies our commitment to the NASW ethical standard of self-determination. NASW is a professional association and our members are social workers. By supporting this compact, we are supporting the right of Maryland social workers to self-determination by ensuring that there are multiple options to choose from when practicing their profession. This new option will give social workers greater mobility and an additional pathway into practicing in additional states. By entering this compact, regulated social workers who hold interstate compact licenses will have the opportunity to practice social work in member states without unnecessary barriers or delays. This not only benefits social workers, but it also benefits the clients in care maintain their therapeutic relationship with their social worker if they move to another member state. The NASW Maryland chapter fully endorses the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact and urges the committee to support this important legislation. We believe that its passage would not only benefit social workers, but more importantly, it would enhance the quality of care and support available to individuals and families that are in need. We ask that you give a favorable report to SB 204. Thank you for your time and for your consideration today.
Thank you. Dear Madam Chair and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for considering my verbal testimony supporting Senate Bill 204. I'm Starling Hathcock. I'm a licensed clinical social worker residing in Frederick, Maryland, and I'm the wife of a Navy veteran. Today, I invite you to peer into the life of individuals whose paths have intertwined with mine. Meet Jordan, a Maryland high school graduate, nervously anticipating college in another state. And despite excitement, adjusting to new environment triggers old symptoms. Jordan contacts me, but I cannot offer social work services across state lines due to licensing limitations. Jordan must rebuild rapport and trust with a new therapist. Now meet Jamie, a survivor of intimate partner violence. Considering leaving an abusive relationship, Jamie faces the harsh reality that they cannot continue therapy with me via telehealth if they relocate to another state where support is welcoming for them. Struggling with the decision, Jamie opts to stay in Maryland, enduring ongoing abuse. Jordan and Jamie's plight underscores the urgent necessity for the Interstate Social Work Licensure Compact in Maryland. With this legislation firmly established, each could seamlessly continue their therapy sessions with a trusted therapist via telehealth. Maryland has a unique opportunity to improve access to mental health care by enacting the Social Work Compact. By breaking down barriers for vulnerable populations and leveraging telehealth, we can address the mental health crisis plaguing our nation while boosting Maryland's economy. Let's take decisive action and make Maryland a trailblazer state in the mental health care reform. I ask for favorable report on SB 204.
You can sit here.
I think I can. Yeah, we're just doing microphone.
Okay.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the committee for the opportunity to share our strong support for Senate Bill 204. I am Judith Gallant and represent both the Greater Washington Society for Clinical Social Work and the Clinical Social Work Association. The society includes clinical social workers practicing in the 3 jurisdictions of the DMV. The CSWA is a nationwide umbrella association of state-based clinical social work societies. A most frequently voiced concern by our members is the current roadblock in providing continuity of mental health care to patients who must move out of state. Imagine this. My patient needs to move to Virginia to care for an elderly parent. I am not licensed in Virginia, and I would currently be unable to continue work with this patient unless they traveled back to Maryland for every session. Were my patient at a time of great stress cut off from the ongoing care I provide, they could experience a deterioration of their underlying condition, especially if the patient suffered from an illness such as major depressive disorder. Our national organization hears concerns about this from its members throughout our country. Without the Social Work Compact becoming law, patients have unnecessary roadblocks to access continuing care from a trusted provider. Some are asking the passage of this bill be delayed until the work group on social worker requirements for licensure complete their work. It is important to understand that a state has their own requirements for a social work license. The Social Work Compact has its own requirements for someone to become licensed as part of the compact. These are 2 separate licenses. An applicant for the compact must have the state license, but the compact does not have requirements for what the state's qualifications must be. We urge a favorable report from this committee and a speedy passage by the General Assembly. If Maryland is one of the first 7 states to pass the compact, it will have a strong voice in setting the rules.
Or virtual, and that is Caitlin Bison.
Yes. Hello, my name is Caitlin Bison with the Council of State Governments. My testimony is meant to provide some background educational information on the compact. The Social Work Compact seeks to provide licensees with opportunities for multi-state practice, support relocating practitioners, and foster workforce development by reducing unnecessary licensure burdens. The compact was created through a cooperative agreement between the Department of Defense and CSG. For 18 months, CSG developed the compact language with stakeholders within the profession. The compact will enable social workers to obtain a multi-state license issued by their home state and practice in other states that join the compact rather than get an individual license for every state in which they want to practice. The Social Work Compact is similar in form and function to the 7 other occupational licensing compacts that Maryland is already a member of. A social worker must hold an active unencumbered license in their home state to be eligible for a multi-state license, and they must also pass background check and meet other eligibility requirements related to education and examination. The Social Work Compact also benefits military families who can designate a home state, and the compact will come into effect once it is enacted by 7 states. There are currently 2 member states, Missouri and South Dakota. However, states have introduced the bill since the start of 2024 with legislation pending in 26 states, including Pennsylvania and Virginia. And if enacted in Maryland, Maryland would have a seat at the table when the Compact Commission has its first meeting to establish the compact's rules and bylaws. Overall, the Social Work Compact will increase license portability for social work professionals in Maryland, support military families, and improve access to social work services for Maryland residents while maintaining the current system of state licensure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do I have any questions from the senators? Senator Ellis?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Senator Benson, for this. It took me a while to figure out what a compact is, and serving my first 4 years on the EE committee, kind of figure it out. So it's an agreement between the states to have the exact same licensure requirements, which will facilitate movement of professionals between states. And so did I hear that there are 7 states required to have the compact, the agreement official? And of those 7, how many have approved the compact already? And,
You answer that.
and so go ahead.
Yes, 7 states need to enact it before it becomes official. And currently Missouri and South Dakota have had passage.
Okay. And so those are 2 passed, that Maryland, and of course, we're considering now. And what other states are considering this to make up the 7?
I believe that there's 23 additional states that are considering it, and Pennsylvania, Virginia. So our surrounding states. I don't believe Delaware is one of them, but our surrounding ones are considering it.
And you mentioned it makes it more efficient, especially for military especially military members and their spouses
Yes.
to get a license. in
Correct.
Maryland? Okay, but those military folks have to come from a state that's a member of the compact.
Correct.
Okay. Right, okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, and Vice Chair.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Okay, if not, we'll get our next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Benson. Okay, we have a few more people that would like to state the case. Adrian Eckes, David Sharp, Ian Seacott, Christine Crone, Robin Elliott. That was 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. And Lynn Nash. And you each get 2 minutes, and I'm sure you can do that. And the last panel, by the way, was excellent on their timing, so let's continue.
Sure.
No, they were really good, so okay, Adrian, would you like to start?
That's me. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for having me, Vice Chair and the rest of the committee. I'm the Vice Chair of the Board of Social Work Examiners for the state of Maryland, and we fully support Senate Bill 204 for a lot of the reasons that were already mentioned, but I will run through them. That it expands practice opportunities for social workers. It provides greater access for clients. As already mentioned, it supports the relocating military members and their spouses. It also helps protect the public with a comprehensive data system on all of the licensees in the compact. And as the previous person mentioned, the compact license is a choice. So if the state were to make a change to the regular state licenses, for instance, a member of Maryland could still apply for that Maryland license, or they could apply for the compact license. So it is a social worker's choice if they would like to be part of the compact or not. And so we are asking for a favorable vote on Senate Bill 204. Thank you very much.
Timing, very good. Okay, David Sharp.
Sure, and good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I am David Sharp. I'm with the Maryland Healthcare Commission, and I'm presenting on behalf of our Executive Director, Mr. Ben Steffen. The MHCC supports Senate Bill 204. If passed, it will allow social workers to practice under a multi-state license in a member state. The composition, powers, and responsibilities of the Social Work License Compact Commission and requirements relevant to oversight and dispute resolution and enforcement of the compact. The compact will enable greater access to care for a wide range of services delivered in person or through telehealth. modalities, which vary across healthcare settings. Use of compacts help preserve the patient-provider relationship and enhance workforce capacity, contributing to the resilience of a healthcare system, especially during a health emergency such as a pandemic or natural disaster, and enable qualified social workers to treat and maintain continuity of care for patients in compact member states. This is especially crucial for more vulnerable populations with conditions requiring treatment and care coordination. The legislation aligns with the findings and recommendations from MHCC's September 2023 Interstate Telehealth Expansion Study Report. The MHCC conducted a study in collaboration with stakeholders at the request of the Health and Government Operations Committee. The MHCC convened work group discussed barriers and opportunities to expanding the delivery of telehealth services across state lines. The work group consisted of a wide group of representatives from the health occupation boards, providers, payers, consumers, and professional associations. The group viewed compacts as important to help alleviate workforce supply challenges that result in long wait times and impede access to care. The work group participants generally favored compacts with multiple recognition models. For the reasons stated, the MHCC hopes for a favorable report on Senate Bill 204.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sharp. Ann Seacott.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Ann Seacott with Public Policy Partners. We have numerous clients in our firm who are supportive of the compact Senate Bill 204. I'm here today to speak to the testimony from the Maryland Addiction Directors Council and the Maryland Association for the Treatment of Opioid Dependence. And their hope is that this is another tool for them to use in recruiting people from other states who are social workers who are part of the compact to be able to address some of their workforce shortages. You have their written testimony. I did want to say, Senator Ellis, there's a really nice map. If you were to Google social work compact, there's a website and there's a map, and it shows, I just tried to count real quick. It looks like 25 states are now vying for the 5 positions left as a charter member so that we can help make the rules as we go forward. So, and that second state, South Dakota, just happened since the House hearing on this 2 weeks ago. So things are moving quickly, and we'd love to get Maryland in on this as quickly as possible so that social workers have a choice as to which kind of license they can get. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Christine Brown.
Good afternoon, members of the Finance Committee and Vice Chair Klossmeyer. My name is Christine Crone, here on behalf of the Greater Washington Society for Clinical Social Work, here to say me too.
And Robin Elliott.
I'm going to come close to Christine. Robin Elliott, here today on behalf of a network of FQHCs called Maryland Community Health System, the Licensed Professional Counselors of Maryland, and the Coordinating Center, all in support for the reasons everyone has stated. Also just wanted to acknowledge a question by Senator Ellis earlier, and that is a compact can exist side by side with other reciprocity arrangements, whether it's for military or there's a special arrangement with DC, for example. So they really can go side by side. Thank you very much.
Robin. Are there any questions from the committee? Up, Senator Lamb?
One more person.
Oh, one more person. Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Right.
So I
And
can't,
Nash.
I will say ditto. But I'm Captain Lynn Nash. I'm representing the Maryland Military Coalition. I served for 30 years and I was a military spouse. And as a nurse, I couldn't get hired unless I changed my license. And I believe I had 12 in the course of my career. And that also means about $1,000 a license. So for military spouses, they move every 2 or 3 years. 50% of them have an occupation that requires a license. And every time a service member moves and the family follows, there's that gap between when the license comes through. As a result, 22% of military spouses are unemployed. And I mean, in a state where we have 3 jobs for every person, and it takes about 19 weeks to get a license. So you can see why this is really important to go ahead and do it. And the Department of Defense, Chris Arnold usually comes on. The Department of Defense has supported this for over 16 years, and they are actually part of the funding group behind this. But I want to point out a difference. The federal government passed a change called the Veterans Auto and Education Improvement Act. That was supposed to be reciprocity for military spouses. However, here in Maryland, when you go to the Department of Labor and you apply there under the act, what you get is a letter of reciprocity. That means they're just taking your license. And when the agency gets inspected by like the big organizations like JACO, they don't accept it because it's just a letter. So the coalition strongly supports this bill. It'll help military family members. Please pass 204.
Okay, Senator Lamb? And can you direct your question to a certain person or?
There are a lot of people up there.
Well,
I think it's a general question that any one of you
Okay,
can
yeah,
are welcome to
that-
take. You know, if you want to reserve it for one respondent, happy to take whoever thinks they're most well versed on this. But thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You know, there have been a lot of discussions in the past about the social work board exam, and you know, I just wanted to hear your thoughts on what more we think that the Association of Social Work Boards and the compact can do to work to address some of the shortcomings that we're seeing in that exam and really address some of the racial biases that have been evident in that exam.
Thank you, Senator, for that. So I certainly can't speak on behalf of the board, the Board of Social, the ASWB. But what I can say is that we are aware, they are very aware of the problems that exist with their test. We are aware at NASW that there are changes that they are attempting to make to the test. I think it's a process that's going to take some time. I don't think it's fixable overnight. And I think part of it really is inherent in standardized tests. You know, I don't think this is the only test. You know, we need to start somewhere, and here was an organization that published damning data. And so it is being worked on. And I think that NASW, speaking on behalf of, I think if NASW was still at the table, NASW would be saying, you know, we want to work hand in hand with the Board of Social Work Examiners, with ASWB, with social workers in the community, all of our schools, to try to make sure that what we're doing is ensuring there's actual competency, and not just competency in being able to pass a test, but competency in the skills that that's supposed to measure. And that's why we're also very much part of the work group that's looking at alternative pathways to licensure, because maybe there are additional ways that we can be looking at how to measure that competency.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lamb. Senator Reedy?
I just wanted to see if I could ask Captain Nash a question. Just following up on your point about what happens. So there's a federal law that was supposed to be reciprocity. And you said that when someone, so I'm a military spouse, I move into the state.
Correct.
And I send.
So
You get a letter. I didn't understand that.
So here in Maryland, if you apply under the act, you actually go to the Board of Labor, fill out an application.
Okay.
And what they give you is a letter of endorsement. They're saying, okay, your Vermont license works. However, you don't have a Maryland license. And when the Joint Commission comes in and they start looking at licenses, it's not a compact license. It's not a reciprocal license. You've got a letter. And
When you said that, I'm sorry, when you said the Joint Committee, so wait, I don't
so
understand.
the Joint Commission on accreditation is the agency that goes around and inspects hospitals and clinics to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do.
So they inspect the hospital I'm working at. And they're like, is
Absolutely.
everybody here licensed? And you say yes. And they say, well, let's see everybody's license. And they say, well, that's not a license.
Yeah,
But why don't they just refer them to federal law?
that is the federal law, or at least that is how Maryland has chosen to interpret the law.
Why can't the Department of Labor just say, yeah, here's your license? Because that has to go through the board
It has to go through the board.
and the board says, we can't because it's not state law? Why can't the board say, okay, great, it's federal law.
Well, if
you're
you
good."
go to the board, you're going to be applying for a Maryland license. So you're going to redo all of your credentials.
Why isn't there a process at our board to just say, well, that's what we're doing. Is that what we're doing here? All right, I'm
Pretty
sorry.
much.
Okay.
Pretty much.
Well, I know we had this last year. We were doing a lot with social work last year, so I was just trying to be sure I understood.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're hoping that you do it.
I just don't understand why you need a state law to comply with federal, but I guess all right. Well, great. Hey, I wasn't at all skeptical, but now I'm really on board. So that's great. Okay.
And look at the 2-pager that I attached to my testimony. It explains it even more. Thank you.
And I just want to say that part of what, Ann, you were talking about is that there is a study going on now to look at other things in the social work realm of life, and that should be out in December.
I believe it will be by the end of this year. I'm not sure exactly which month it's due. But I think that their work and the work here with a compact are complementary.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think one excludes the other.
That study will not deter the compact legislation.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. So we can pass it if we would like to without that study. Okay. All right, thank you. And any other questions? Up, okay.
Really quick.
Okay.
And so I thought I was okay. And then Senator Reedy's last question just blew it up. Okay. So there's a federal law and it's just for military spouses. Is that correct? Well, no, one second. So the federal law is just for military spouses.
It's part of the Service Civil Relief Act.
Yeah.
And it's about covered licenses. So if you hit one of the categories that they accept, then you go to the state. And here in Maryland, rather than pushing you to the Board of Social Work, you go to the Board of Labor and they give you a letter of endorsement.
But that federal law says the state should respect the military spouses licensed in another state. Yes or no?
The language is their spouses address covered licenses which provide a mechanism, and state covered licenses shall be considered valid at a similar scope of practice in the discipline applied for under new residency for the duration of military orders.
Okay.
So I gave you the citation
Okay.
and you can go,
Yeah.
you're a lawyer, right?
No,
Oh,
I'm not a lawyer. That's why I need your legal expertise so the military spouse is covered under this federal law,
yes.
which I thought federal law preempts state laws. And so maybe a lawyer could explain that, because it seems like we're going in a circle here, and maybe our lawyer
This would
on board.
resolve it. This bill would resolve.
But that's a
it.
compact. That's
Right.
Well, okay,
Okay.
okay,
Thank
we
you, Madam
have
Chair.
one more question, maybe not one more, but one
Yeah.
question right here from
Yeah.
Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I am a lawyer and a military spouse, so let me go ahead with there. Captain Nash, just for the clarity, the amendments to the Service Member Civil Relief Act that required recognition of a military spouse license from another state, that was done pretty recent, correct? Can you tell us when?
22.
Okay, and so I think what there's a bit of lack of understanding right now is that they're still going through the process. A lot of states, in fact, are still trying to figure out how to implement that. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so right now, this is the way that the Maryland Department of Labor has decided to handle that recent amendment to the Service Member Civil Relief Act, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And although this is a recognition of what that spouse is licensed at from another state, what you're saying is that what they get really is just a letter of endorsement saying, hey, that license that you have from that other state, that's good here too, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but it's what they get isn't actually a license here in this state. What they get is just this letter saying it's good.
Here's what the Maryland Department of Labor website says. Please be advised that this is not an application for permanent licensure or certification in the state of Maryland. Rather, this is an application for an official letter of recognition that will allow you to practice.
Right. And because the amendment to the Service Member Civil Relief Act, all that does is just require that the states recognize the license from another state, but not necessarily give them a license for their state,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. And we have 4 more people that are going to be virtual. We have Daphne McClellan and Sandra Petty to begin with. Okay, Daphne.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm Dr. Daphne McClellan, a retired social worker, former director of the National Association of Social Workers Maryland chapter, and director of the Board of Social Work Examiners. I agree with all the points that have been made by the people who have been speaking favorably about this bill. I would just like to emphasize one thing, and that is about the work group. Last year, as you know, there was a lot of talk about setting up a work group to look at social work licensure in Maryland. And now we have a great work group that's going on, and that group is looking at the requirements of the Maryland law. People from ASWB are on that work group, and they are very aware of the concerns that we have about the examination. But the point of this law, the Interstate Compact, is different. It is to say there is going to be one compact. The compact has already been written up. Nothing that any individual state does can change the wording of the current compact. And so I think the question before the Finance Committee today is whether or not Maryland social workers will have the opportunity to participate in this compact. There are over 17,000 licensed social workers in Maryland, all of whom currently could qualify to be a part of the compact if they want to be. The second thing is that this bill, if we pass it right away, will enable Maryland to be a charter member state of that commission that will be setting up the bylaws and the rules for how the compact is carried out. And that would give us another opportunity to say, you know, these are the things that we're concerned about and the things that we want to make sure the rules cover. So I think for those reasons, it's very important that we allow qualified Maryland social workers to participate in the compact so that it can benefit them and the Maryland citizens who need social work services. I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 204. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daphne. Any questions? Okay, we will move on to Sandra Petty.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Petty. I am the immediate past chair of the Maryland Board of Social Work Examiners. Daphne covered every point, and I am just in favor of this bill. And I just wanted to have that on record.
Well, thank you very much.
It's
Any
wonderful.
question for Sandra? Okay, thank you. You have a nice afternoon.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And now we have William Doyle, favorable with amendments.
Good afternoon, Chair Beidle and members of the committee. My name is Will Doyle, and I've been a Maryland resident in District 21 since 2010. I've been a licensed social worker since 2008 and a licensed independent clinical social worker in Washington, D.C. since 2013. I've worked in homeless services in Washington, D.C. since 2006. I support SB 204 with amendments. I urge you to consider this legislation in light of the extensive testimony you heard last year regarding the ASWB exams and decisions you made in the 2023 legislative session. Despite recognizing the extreme bias in the ASWB exams and the need for major reform in social work licensure, this committee did not implement any reforms last year. While the onus for removing justified and immediate reforms from SB 871 and SB 872 lies primarily with the House HTO committee, you accepted their changes. As a result, you tasked the work group on social work requirements for licensure to consider all elements of social work licensure, including the use of the ASWB exams. The work group started late and was not able to provide the reports due September 1st and December 1st, 2023. As a result, you are delayed by a year in addressing the harm that the ASWB exams are inflicting on those impacted by the barrier of the bachelor's and master's exams. Given the present situation, it seems premature to consider the compact legislation at this time, as it is based on individuals passing a qualifying national exam. Present time and for the foreseeable future, ASWB exams are the only such option. However, you delegated the task of reviewing the ASWB exams to the work group, but their work is not yet complete. If you believe in the legislation you passed last year, consideration of the social work licensure compact should be a task of the work group. You will hear arguments for the compact that include addressing mental health workforce shortages by increasing the availability of clinicians to care for vulnerable Maryland residents amidst the mental health crisis, and removing barriers to social work licensure for military personnel and spouses when relocated. If these benefits of the compact compel you to move forward with this legislative session, I urge you to increase those same benefits by amending the legislation to include the following: permanent removal of the ASWB exams for both the bachelor's and master's social work licenses without the use of an alternative assessment or any additional requirements. I urge the committee to consider the full extent of reform needed in Maryland social work licensure and the responsibilities of the work group you created.
Hi, thank you very much. How about any questions for William Doyle? Okay, thanks, William. We'll consider that amendment. Okay. And next we have Rachel Doyle.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rachel Doyle. I am a lifelong Maryland resident and have been a clinical social worker for more than a decade. I am asking you to allow the social work licensing work group to make recommendations on the compact before moving forward with legislation. Myself and many others came before you a year ago to support legislation about social work licensing exams. Data was released demonstrating that these tests are biased, and many competent social workers belonging to already marginalized groups are less likely to pass them. You seemed eager to move forward with a plan to mitigate harm and form a work group, yet all the concrete mitigation of harm was removed in the crossfile and only a work group remained. The work group started far later than it was supposed to and therefore does not yet have any input regarding its mandates. However, the work group is now meeting regularly and will have recommendations in time for the 2025 legislative session. On one hand, the compact could indeed fill gaps in services. Personally, I would prefer to give competent Maryland social workers the opportunity to serve their own communities by mitigating the harm of biased exams before bringing in telehealth providers from around the country who may or may not have any sort of investment in serving Marylanders. The compact requires a qualified national exam, which will enshrine the ASWB exams for the foreseeable future. Clearly, this is a nuanced issue that deserves work group discussion. It would be premature to pass the interstate compact without the valuable input of the work group that you put into place. If you do choose to pass the interstate compact as it is without work group amendments or without work group input or any amendments, it will be clear to Maryland social workers that the work group was created not for its stated purpose, but intended to quiet dissent while maintaining the harmful status quo. With no proof that these exams protect the public or are correlated with competent practice, but proof that these exams do further harm already marginalized communities, I ask you to consider the harm of passing this compact without an opportunity for work group discussion. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for Rachel Doyle? And do you have your amendment, Rachel?
I would recommend the same as Mr. Doyle, removal for Maryland licensure of the ASW exams requirement for the bachelor's and master's level. I would also recommend a clinical exam amendment similar to what has recently passed in Illinois, where in Illinois, if someone is ready for taking the clinical exam and they take it once and they fail it, they can double their supervised practice hours and then they're eligible for a clinical license.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That ends, no other questions. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 204. And now we will go to Senate Bill 137, Senator Rosapep, and our chair is back and I'm going to hand her the gavel.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So Senator Rosapep, you have one person at your panel, Jane.
Yes.
You want to bring Jane?
Anyone?
Frankie?
I think we have one or two. Anyone supporting my bill who wants to come up here now, please.
What? No, wait a minute. Who signed in?
I think
only
they
have
signed
you
in. I
and
thought they
Jane.
did.
I have you and Jane signed in.
Okay. Is Jane here?
Thank you.
Jane is not here. So, okay, we'll go with the flow. The good news is there's no opposition to this bill and there's a lot of support for the bill. And it is a repeat of a bill that this committee heard last session, very late in the session. You didn't get a chance to deal with it. I'm hoping this year you will. What it does is it sets up a work group to figure out how to do nursing apprenticeships in Maryland. Obviously, this committee is very familiar with the problem of the workforce shortages and very familiar with apprenticeships. And over the past several years, multiple states have launched nursing apprenticeships, but not Maryland. And so there's testimony that talks about what they've done in Minnesota, what they've done in Illinois, what they've done in Kentucky, and other states. And all this bill does is says, let's get the players together and let's do a deep dive on how we can do it in Maryland to try to deal with the workforce shortages. I want to relate this again, as I did with the teacher apprenticeship bill, to the blueprint and starting in high school. We already have a certified nursing assistant CT programs in our high schools. So we can start recruiting folks while they're in high school into the CNA programs. Then they could go on, depending on how far they get in high school, they can go on to get training to be LPNs or other healthcare specialists, and then continue on to get their AA to become a certified nurse. So that's the bill. Happy to answer questions. As I said, there's no opposition and a lot of support.
Thank you. It sounds really good.
Thank you.
Really helpful. And so is Jane here? Maybe
think
not.
not.
We have no opposition to the bill, so that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. So that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 137, and now we'll go to Senate Bill 106, Senator Kelly. I just saw Senator Kelly in JPR.
Sure did. It was great to see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I believe I have one panelist signed up, Adrienne Acas. Can she come up with me? She's here. Wonderful. Hi, thank you so much for having me in front of the Finance Committee. I'm so thrilled to be here. Senate Bill 106 really is going to be your simple social work bill for the day. It is the State Board of Social Work Examiners Board Membership and Certified Social Worker Licenses Bill. It's a clarifying cleanup kind of bill, very, very simple. It removes some obsolete language and it modernizes the board membership. You may be aware that they no longer issue the LCSW. So this allows for board membership for the LMSW approved for independent practice in that spot on the board. So really simple. And Adrienne is the vice chair of the board and she can answer any further questions and provide a little bit more testimony. With that, I urge a favorable report.
Great, thank you. Hello again. So I support, and the Board of Social Work Examiners supports Senator Kelly, Senate Bill 106. As she said, it's mostly a cleanup bill since we removed the level of licensure of LCSW and added the position on the board. So someone with an MSW with the independent practice license could sit on the board with that level of licensure. And also this level, the new independent practice licenses are actually for the BSW level and the MSW level. So it's more inclusive than the LCSW. And we're asking for a favorable vote on Senate Bill 106.
Have any questions for the sponsor or Adrienne? No questions. Thank you both. We have one other person virtually, Sandra. And she's not in, so I'm sorry. But she was also favorable, so it's all good. Thank you for your bill.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. See how easy this was? Not like your committee.
It's, we can have a bill with no opposition and still spend 4 hours. So I love y'all in here. You remember.
Thank you. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 106, and now we'll go to Senate Bill 799, Senator McKay. You don't have Senator McKay? All right, so Senator Klassmeyer, it's your turn. Senate Bill 335, Health Occupations, Private Dental Offices, Infection Control.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 335, Health Occupations, Private Dental Offices, Infection Control. Senate Bill 335 was brought to me by members of the Maryland Board of Dental Examiners to help address an issue that they have run into when dealing with complaints of poor infection control at private dental offices. When conducting investigations, the board has been stonewalled and unable to issue an order for corrective action when no staff member or dentist at the facility takes responsibility for infection control activities. Senate Bill 335 addresses this problem by requiring a private dental office to designate a licensed dentist to supervise and be responsible for all infection control activities within the office. This supervising dentist would be required to register with the Board of Dental Examiners, which may charge a fee, not for sure, for registration. Under the bill as drafted, a dentist may supervise up to 3 locations that are within close enough proximity to allow for personal oversight of each office. The definition of close enough proximity for personal oversight is determined by the board in regulation. The bill as drafted also requires that if the supervising dentist gives up the responsibility for infection control, an interim supervising dentist must take over until a new supervising dentist registers with the board. I am aware that the Association of Dental Support Organization has expressed some concerns about this legislation, and we are working with them to come up with language for an amendment to address their concerns and get everyone comfortable with the bill. And they will be testifying in a little while. So, and with that, I would like to just take the rest of the panel. And this is Dr. Edwin Morris, and let him talk.
Thank you.
And you have 2 minutes, right? 2 minutes.
Okay. I don't have a lot to say, so I can do it in 2 minutes. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm of course speaking in favor of Senate Bill 335, and I'm Ed Morris, a member of the State Board. And the State Board, of course, their responsibility is to protect the public. And we have any number of different complaints that come before us in different categories. The number one most important complaint is infection control. If somebody complains it not only affects the patient, but it affects all the patients that come to the office. It affects the staff and the dentist, quite frankly. So it's an important issue that we take very seriously. When we have a complaint filed for infection control, we send inspectors to the office to conduct an unannounced inspection. And they have a CDC checklist that encompasses every aspect of infection control in the dental office. They fill out a report, send it to the board. We in turn look at it, and if we look at that in light of the complaint, if we feel it's valid, then we will cite somebody at that practice. Generally, when we are confronted with this, the practicing dentist at that office is generally the owner, and we in turn can issue an order to that dentist because that person is responsible for everything that goes on at the practice. There are times when there are large practices, multiple locations, that the owner of the dentist the owner dentist does not have to be at the practice, but that's not required in this bill. But a dentist that's working there may be an employee, does not have the authority to change systems and procedures in the office, nor has the resources to do that. And if we come into a practice and we feel there's an issue, we don't know who to contact, and that's the purpose of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Do I have any questions? Senator Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I had a question about how you selected 3 practices that the dentist could oversee, and wondering, I guess close proximity is going to be gauged by and determined by regulation that would be set up by the board. But how did you come up with 3? And do you have any sense of how close proximity would be defined?
I think I would basically say it's just a consensus that we felt was a common sense approach. If you're in a dental practice, you own the practice, you have many things to do, one of which being infection control. And to have to do that over multiple practices, we felt that 3 was a reasonable amount. And that's all I can tell you at this point is there's not a statutory, you can't look at numbers and say this is better than another, but we felt 3 was a lot.
So would it be, because some of these practices can be farther physically distanced apart, right? And so,
Sure,
3 could be spanning 3 different counties,
Exactly.
And is that reasonable to have 3? Maybe should it be 2, or,
Of
could that?
course. Right. Yeah, that's all part of the issue, is because these practices, if they're all owned by the same entity, they're not going to be competing with one another. So they're going to be geographically dispersed. And so that's going to be a factor in how many practices somebody can control in that regard.
Do you have a sense how many practices owned by individual dentists have multiple sites?
I'm sorry, say again?
How many practices owned by individual dentists have multiple sites?
No idea. I don't know.
Not sure.
Don't have that information.
Um,
Pardon me? I can try to find it out. Yeah. See what I can find out.
yeah, if you could, that would be helpful.
Okay.
You said that there were some concerns that the DSOs had.
Mhm.
What were those concerns?
Well, we had some discussions, and if I'm paraphrasing properly, I think the issue first was, does it have to go back to the owner of the practice? And it does not have to go back to the owner of the practice. In other words, there's ultimate responsibility. It would be, the owner does not have to be the infection control person. That owner can designate somebody to do that job. It has to be a licensed Maryland dentist. The state board only has control over licensees, so it has to be a Maryland licensed dentist. It does not necessarily have to be the owner of the practice. And,
But currently, infection control may be handled by a hygienist or somebody else that's designated by the dentist.
it could, right now it could be. We prefer, a hygienist, for example, is employed by the dentist. So we prefer to have the dentist who is the ultimate responsible person for that role.
Is there any concern with adding this additional responsibility onto dentists, who have a lot of other tasks and efforts that they need to undergo, but they're not being reimbursed for this additional need to address more directly infection control, of responsibility that's currently being handled by hygienists, for example?
You can have more than one person be responsible for infection control. One person doesn't have to do 3 practices. They can do 1 practice,
Okay.
which
Bill,
most dentists do.
excuse me.
I say a dentist not associated with a DSO, for example, they have a practice. They are responsible for infection control in that practice.
Mhm.
If they have multiple practices, they might be in control of that, but they could designate someone else to do that. They don't have to. There are significant responsibilities for that, but that's a responsibility that every dentist in the state has. One other point, when we were talking about going back to the owner, or where the authority should lie, an important point is, if the practicing dentist, let's say a non-owner, is practicing in the practice and does something directly that is an infraction of infection control standards, that person is held responsible for it. It's not like the infection control person is responsible for everything, every infraction that happens. If this dentist is practicing in the state, has a license, and does something directly, they're responsible for that, not someone else.
Okay. And last question then, I guess, just to get at an equity issue, because there are practices that mostly take Medicaid patients, and there aren't many of them, right? Because Medicaid doesn't necessarily reimburse at that rate. this is adding another responsibility to those practices and those dentists that they're not being reimbursed for Medicaid for.
I'm not quite sure, is there more expense in that regard? That might be, but at the same time, Medicaid practices deserve the same coverage as any other practice. I mean, I don't understand, if they can't practice ethically and infection control wise, doing what they're supposed to do, and they shouldn't be doing it.
I guess the point being that currently these practices that accept mostly Medicaid patients seem to be doing okay with infection control. This is adding another layer of responsibility and requirements on them that they're not being reimbursed for. It's just widening that gap potentially of the equity and disparity of people that already are trying to access Medicaid practices, of which there aren't many.
Well, they're not, this is not a new responsibility. This is a responsibility they have now.
But it's being newly designated to the actual dentist.
Should be, there should be somebody in every practice who is responsible for it.
Okay.
Do I have any other questions for this panel, the sponsor or Dr. Morris? No other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have 3 more people to testify. Caitlin McDonough, unfavorable, Tim Perry for information, and Danielle Varani, and I think that's doctor, for information.
When you're ready. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is my first time here this year, but Caitlin McDonough on behalf of Benefits, which is a dental support organization that supports primarily Medicaid offices here in Maryland. We have 9 practices throughout the state operating under the Pine and Porter name. So you may have seen them in your district. And I'll be briefer than I thought because Senator Lamb really covered the bulk of my testimony. So he absolutely right. The board is correct that Medicaid offices or offices that primarily serve Medicaid patients have to meet all infection control guidelines, statutes, regulation, everything like that. We do, because of the nature of Medicaid practices, often have hygienists, assistants, staff working alongside dentists to make sure all those infection control protocols are in place. Our concern with the bill as drafted would be if we have to designate a dentist to do that, and they're a licensed dentist who's gone through dentist school and kind of, we're going to have to pay a higher rate to ensure that that dentist is there to cover those tasks. And those are tasks that we are not reimbursed for under Medicaid. We can only get reimbursed for a service provided. So during COVID with PPE, we can't bill for that. We can't add a surcharge. We can only get what we get from reimbursement from the state. So it's that cost concern and kind of that added responsibility. What we would propose, and we're working with the sponsors on this, would be, designating a point of contact, a compliance officer who is the point of contact for the board. They don't necessarily need to be a dentist, but ultimately the owner dentist would be responsible for anything going on at their practice, which is currently what happens. But happy to work with the sponsors and the board to, solve this issue. And whether it be a legislative or a regulatory fix, we're happy to do that. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members of the panel, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me. My name's Danielle Varanian. I'm an attorney who represents the Association of Dental Support Organizations. I also represent in my practice of law dentists that come before the Maryland State Board of Dental Examiners. So I'm familiar with this issue. My testimony here is informational simply because we are working with the sponsors on amendments to this bill, but we definitely have concerns about the bill. And the way it reads right now, to me, it's a solution in search of a problem. Number one, I associate it with physician practices that we represent. There can be instances where a physician owns multiple offices in different geographical areas. That physician also has PAs, NPs, LPNs at that practice. And the Practice Act for the physicians does not require any such supervising physician to be responsible for all OSHA and CDC compliance because it's simply not necessary, because the physician who is there that day and every licensee who is there that day is responsible for that regulatory compliance. The same holds true for dentists. and their offices, whether there's a supervising dentist or not. Every dentist that is there is responsible. And I think Dr. Morris said it best when he said that every dentist in the state is responsible for those things. So this bill, as currently written, is not necessary. It also concerns me from an access to care standpoint that some of the practices in the more remote areas of the state won't be able to be there anymore because of that 3-office requirement and the geographical proximity to those practices. And, you know, also, I just want to make one more point. The current law that was passed in 2020 by Senator West's bill addresses this specific issue and specifically says that an unlicensed person can assist in regulatory compliance manners. So for that reason, we're here testifying informationally. Thank you.
Nothing further to add. I think Ms. Branian covered it well. I want to thank, excuse me, Senator Lamb for raising the Medicaid issue. Obviously involves Caitlin's client, but a lot of those offices are DSO offices. The ADSO represents 9 companies in Maryland, about 120 offices practicing in 16 counties across the state, servicing about 800 dentists and hygienist professionals. And seeing about 800,000 patients a year. So I appreciate the opportunity to let Danielle explain how the bill relates to the current Dental Practice Scope Act, and we appreciate your consideration. As Senator Klausmeier said, she and the House bill sponsor and committee counsel, in conjunction with board counsel, are working on language. When that's ready, we're anxious to take a look at it and continue the dialogue that Senator Klausmeier has led.
All right. Of course I do. Senator Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for this panel, I'm not sure if anyone can answer this question. It's similar to the one that we asked earlier, but can you provide us information on the number of situations where an individual dentist owns multiple practices versus when a corporation owns multiple practices?
Go ahead. So Senator Lamb, corporations don't own dental practices. Under the Corporations and Associations article, only a licensed professional can own the practice. But I think more to your point, DSO supported practices, that is their practice model where one dentist or a few dentists own many offices. So this bill, while not specifically targeted at DSO supported practices, does adversely impact DSO supported practices more than it would sort of your mom and pop dental practice.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Ellis.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So coming from the now EEE committee, so 4 years, we've heard a lot of these issues between almost like 2 camps of the dental practice industry. And tell me if that's correct. And could you tell me what the 2 different camps are? As far as we talk about DSOs, turn DSOs, and say what's the DSO versus, you know, the well, I wouldn't say versus, but the other traditional kind of practice. Could you just kind of summarize that really quick?
Sure, Senator. So it's not necessarily different camps, it's different business models.
Different business models.
And you see the same thing happen in medical practices as well. So with respect to dentistry, there are your traditional mom and pop dental shops where, you know, there's usually like one dentist, a dental hygienist, and a dental assistant, and it's one office. That is the more traditional type of practice. A DSO supported practice has a different business model where you've got either one dentist or a group of dentists that own maybe 5 offices.
Could you define what a
10.
DSO is?
Sure, it's a dental support organization. And what that means is that if you have a dental office that has contracted with a dental support organization, that entity that supports your office provides all of the back office administrative support. So they help you with HR, they help you with things like regulatory compliance. They can do your leasing, your property management, outsource your billing. It's really the operations of the business, but not the practice of dentistry. And it's important to note too that those DSOs do not own dental practices. They simply support the dentists that own those practices. Does that help?
Well, I just want everyone to kind of know, benefit from my 4 years of experience on Tripoli. So when we talk about Medicaid providing services, does all the dental DSO top practice and traditional, all of them provide Medicaid services?
So any dentist,
Access.
licensed dentist who is accredited under Maryland's Healthy Smiles program can serve Medicaid patients. What we find, because remembering with a Medicaid patient, you have all the regular kind of regulations associated with any dentistry practice, which would kind of be the board's purview. In addition to that, you have an overlay of Medicaid regulations and requirements, data collection that is quite a bit heightened. So there's all this kind of extra work, and then you're getting reimbursed at about 60 cents on the dollar because that's the Medicaid reimbursement rate. So what happens is, just to make the economy work, the economy of the office work, they will often contract with a dental support organization to help with that, all that additional compliance in an economic manner, so that the licensees, the hygienists, the dentists can focus on the actual clinical care. But that's not there are plenty of private practice dentists who don't use a DSO who see Medicaid patients. When you have a high percentage Medicaid office, they may choose to be supported by a DSO just to make that work.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions for this panel? I think that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 335. Thank you. And Senator McKay, you're up for Senate Bill 799. Do you have a panel with you?
I do.
Would you like to bring them up and identify them, please? You can begin when you're ready.
Well, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the record, I am Senator Senator Mike McKay, and we strongly endorse Senate Bill 799, limited license to practice dentistry service for adults. This bill aims to authorize the State Board of Dental Examiners to waive certain educational requirements for applicants to obtain a limited license to practice dentistry and provide adult dental services. I'd just like to highlight 3 issues I think is important. Number 1, proper posture. This bill realigns the law and reorganizes the limited dentists to serve adults when they are completing their 2-year work requirement at the FQHC or local health departments. And this is their last step to their pathway for obtaining a dental license. Number 2, we have a shortage of dentistry in rural areas. That will take care of that. And second of all, someone who comes from the rurals is always concerned about local control and local concerns. This bill recognizes that the FQHCs and local health department dental programs and their providers, including limited licensed dentists, treat both children and adult. Urge a awesome and wonderful favor to this bill, and I'd like to have my panel answer any questions that I may not be able to.
Thank you, Senator. Ms. Elliott, you want to be next?
Robin Elliott. I am here today on behalf of the Maryland Community Health System, which is a network of federally qualified health centers, or FQHCs. You did a good job, Senator McKay. This bill came about because we were having a conversation about the shortage of dentists and dental hygienists. And our FQHC on the Eastern Shore raise the importance of what are called limited licensed dentists. These are internationally trained dentists. They come to the US, they have a fairly long path to get a regular license. And the last part of that path is a 2-year work requirement at either a federally qualified health center or a local health department. The law says now is that they are in that 2-year work requirement that they provide pediatric services. We just like to recognize, thanks to you all, thanks to Senator McKay and Senator Gazzoni and Senator Augustine, you passed the bill in 2022 that established the adult dental program. And so our FQHCs, our local health departments are full. They're busy, they're serving adults. It's very, very exciting. And we just want to recognize that all of the providers in their dental practices, including the limited licensed dentists, can provide adult services. So with that, we know that there are some proposed amendments. We're not surprised that the pathway to become a dentist without a limited license restriction is complicated in Maryland. And so we welcome the additional discussion. And with that, I will turn it over to the next person.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to testify in favor of this bill. My name is Luciela Lambruschini, and I stand before today to advocate for this change. As an international trained dentist, I faced different hurdles. As I arrived here in Maryland, actually, living in Bethesda, I knew that the law changed the rules to get a Maryland license. So I started looking around and I found out that in Virginia, with 1 year of post-grad train, I was able to be eligible. Of course, I have to take the national boards 1 and 2, like any other graduate from a US accredited dental school, and the same as the regional board, the NERD. So surprisingly, the gap between my abroad education and what US dental schools offer was minimal. The core principles remained the same. I knew I had the skills, I just needed the chance to go and practice and show my competency. So once I got my graduate certificate and I passed the exams, I applied for the Virginia dental license for general dentistry, and I got it. I guess it was a testament of my persistence. So today, I hope you can consider this bridge for international trained dentists in Maryland. So let's unlock opportunities and break down silos, so create access for all the Marylanders that they really need to get a standard of care, dental care. So, and care for our communities. So thank you very much. This is my journey as an international trained dentist coming here to the States. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. And Mr. Patty?
Michael Patty here today on behalf of the Maryland Dental Action Coalition, an organization that advocates for access to dental care. As you've already heard, this bill's about access, and it's about clarifying the pathway for an internationally trained dentist with a limited license to put the work in, to be rewarded, and to test for a general license. Right now, there's a hyper focus on pediatric specialists. We're not taking away pediatric specialists. We're just making sure that the pipeline from limited license to a general license is open for dentists that want to focus on just general dentistry or geriatric dentistry or other specialties that currently can practice under a limited license, but do not have a pathway forward under the current law in this part of the law to a general license. So that's what the bill does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from this panel for the sponsor or his panel? Any questions? I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have 2 favorable with amendments, Dan Daughtry and Thomas Beckett.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dan Daugherty here on behalf of the Maryland State Dental Association, supporting Senate Bill 799 with what I view as a technical amendment. A number of years ago, the MSDA had legislation passed, which is the legislation that allowed foreign trained pediatric dentists who are in a dental fellowship at the University of Maryland treat patients in public health settings. Since then, in the recent years, we've had the adult population added to Medicaid coverage. So our amendment, the bill provides that they have to be participating in or have completed a dental fellowship at the University of Maryland. In fact, Maryland doesn't have a fellowship for general dentistry. What they have is an advanced education in dentistry, 2-year residency program. So our amendment very simply says you either have successfully completed or are a pediatric dental fellow, or you have successfully completed a 2-year advanced education in dentistry at the University of Maryland. So with that amendment, we support it wholeheartedly. We have run this by the Dean of the Dental School. That is in fact the language he requested that we submit.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of Finance. I'm Thomas Beckett. I'm the Vice Chair of the MSDA Legislative Committee. I wear many hats. I'm past president of the MSDA, and I'm the current president of our foundation. And my foundation provides a lot of oral health care to the underserved. So this is very dear to my heart. I support Senate Bill 799 because we need to increase the access in areas of Maryland that I consider dental deserts. And that's a large area of unserved patients, both pediatric and adults. So with that and the technical amendment that Mr. Doherty mentioned, I ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 799.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this panel? Thank you for the amendment. I see you actually submitted the amendment in writing, so we appreciate that.
Yes, thank you.
So that ends the hearing on Senate Bill 799. Next, we're going to go to, I've kind of lost my place, I think. 409, Senate Bill 409. Thank you. I gotta just turn the page just one second. Senator Glassmeyer. Wait, you want me to go to another one while you figure it out? Okay, so Senator Glassmeyer is going to come present Senate Bill 409, and her panel looks to be Amanda Darnley, Jennifer Graham, and Robin Elliott, and Viviana Azer, right? Everybody's here? Thank you.
We're all here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the rest of the committee. I apologize for that little delay. I have to get different colored file folders, I think. But Senate Bill 409, Health Occupations, Clinical Marriage and Family Therapist, Reciprocal Licensure Requirements. Thank you, Chair Bidle and fellow members of the Senate Finance Committee for the opportunity to present Bill 409, which would streamline the licensure process for marriage and family therapists, MFTS, for out-of-state applicants. The bill would increase flexibility for Maryland behavioral health programs to recruit and retain MFTs from out-of-state to provide either in-person services or telehealth services. I am introducing this bill because we are in the midst of a severe behavioral health provider shortage in nearly every jurisdiction in our state. And Maryland needs to use every tool in the toolbox to increase the number of qualified behavioral health providers serving Maryland residents. MFTs are licensed in all 50 states, and those states have very similar licensure requirements for education, exams, supervised hours for new entrants into the profession. However, unlike other health professions, a licensure compact is not a workable solution. to address the licensure portability for MFTs. Over half of the MFTs live in California, which is a state that does not join compacts. A compact only works if you can achieve a critical mass of licensees covered by a compact, which is not the case for MFTs. The American Association of Maryland and Family Therapists, who are here on my panel today, spent several years studying over reciprocity options. Since licensure requirements are so similar across the states, they developed a proposal that would allow states to license applicants from out of state more quickly and make the application process as seamlessly as possible. You have this proposal in front of you today in Senate Bill 409. There are at least 10 other states, including our neighboring state of Virginia, considering similar proposals this year. Here is how Senate Bill 335 works in practice. MFTs are licensed in Maryland by the Board of Professional Counselors and Therapists. Under this bill, if the board received an application for an out-of-state practitioner, the board would check if the applicant's out-of-state license was in good standing. If so, the board would ask the applicant to complete 2 Maryland-specific requirements: a criminal history records check and an exam on Maryland law. This process would be much faster than current practice. Right now, the board must conduct a detailed review of the applicant's education, exam, and supervised hours, even if they have a license in another state. In essence, our board has to duplicate the work already done by a board in another state. The duplicative process increases the length of time to process the application and delays the applicant's entry into practice. This process also significantly increases the administrative resources needed to process applications. There are about 300 MFTs in Maryland, but there are more than 70,000 MFTs nationwide. If we can streamline the Maryland licensure process, we will increase the likelihood that our outpatient mental health centers, federally qualified health centers, and other behavioral health providers can recruit and retain MFTs who live outside the state of Maryland. The board would retain complete regulatory authority over an out-of-state MFT because a practitioner would be required to have a Maryland license. This arrangement is a little different than a compact where discipline is shared responsibility between the boards in the provider's home state and the board in the state where the patient lives. Lastly, I want to mention a development from just last year. In 2023, Congress enacted legislation that allows MFTs to bill Medicare. This means that if we can attract more MFTs to practice in Maryland, we could expand to behavioral health care for our older adult communities. And thank you for consideration of Senate Bill 409. And I ask for a favorable report and look forward to working with the committee on this issue. And now we'd like the panel.
Senator Robert. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today in support of Senate Bill 409. My name is Amanda Darnley, and I represent the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy. AMFT works on behalf of the over 72,000 MFTs that operate across this country. As you are well aware, we are in a severe mental health shortage. In the state of Maryland, it is 330 residents to every 1 qualified mental health provider. My organization spent over 2 years investigating ways to improve access to care, eliminate unnecessary barriers, and streamline the process for qualified licensed marriage and family therapists to provide services. In 2024, as Senator Klausmeier mentioned, we are supporting this legislation in 10 states. Most recently, those bills have cleared the Georgia Senate and the Virginia House with unanimous support. One unique aspect of this bill that I'd like to reemphasize is that MFTs that are licensed under this bill and this form become Maryland MFTs. Therefore, they are under the oversight of the Maryland Board of Professional Counselors and Therapists, just as any other Maryland MFT would be. Thank you to our sponsors and to each of you for taking the time to hear about our bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Jennifer Fong Brem. I'm licensed as a clinical marriage and family therapist in Maryland, and I serve on the board of directors for Metro Marriage and Family Therapists as the president. We're a professional membership association for marriage and family therapists in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Northern Virginia. We favorably support Senate Bill 409 because it benefits both marriage and family therapists, as well as the consumer client families that we serve. There's 2 points I'd like to reiterate why we support the bill. And one is that licensure, reciprocity, and portability streamlines the licensure process across states, removing barriers that create an undue burden to already independently licensed marriage and family therapists from other states that would also like to apply for Maryland licensure. Second, it provides access and continuity of care for our clients and consumers who live and work across neighboring jurisdictions in Virginia or DC or the like. And for those who would like to access telehealth from different state as their therapist is physically located. So we do ask for your favorable support of Senate Bill 409. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 409 for license portability for clinical marriage and family therapists from other jurisdictions. I'm also a member of the board of Metro MFT, our local organization, and I'm bringing the issue of workforce shortage and how difficult it is to hire licensed clinical marriage and family therapists. I work in private practice and at community-based settings, and we had situations where candidates declined positions due to the burden of applying for a clinical license in Maryland. I always get stuck here. So applying for a license in Maryland has a lot of requirements that are unnecessary when you have another board already checked your educational background and supervisory experience. By supporting this bill, we're easing the requirements, we're breaking the barriers to obtaining a license in Maryland, and we are also taking away the administrative load for the board, as well as having the ability to hire clinical marriage and family therapists quickly and meet the needs of our Maryland residents who are in dire need of mental health services. Thank you, and I hope you support Senate Bill 409.
Good afternoon, Robin Elliott. I'm here this hearing on behalf of the American Association of Marriage and Family Therapists. I'll be very brief. Just wanted to echo Senator Klossmeyer's comments, and I'm here for any questions. This is a little bit different of a model than a compact. As you heard, over half of MFTs live in a state that doesn't adopt compacts. So the math just doesn't work to do a compact. There are 300 marriage and family therapists in Maryland, but about 72,000 nationwide. So if we are able to open our doors and make it easier for those out-of-state practitioners to become licensed in Maryland, our 300 marriage and family therapists could grow to a much larger number. And I'd say we probably can't do it quickly enough given the behavioral health crisis going on. So we ask for your favorable support and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the committee? I have a question. Ms. Emily, you just said about about the compact.
Mhm.
Go back and restate that for me, please.
So over 50% of marriage and family therapists live in California. California doesn't like compacts. They also haven't adopted some of the other compacts. So that means out of the 72,000 marriage and family therapists, only probably a little over 30,000 live in states that might adopt compacts. And to really create a compact that works, there are economies of scale, and we'd be missing over half of our practitioners. So that's why marriage and family therapists, I think, are unique. I can't think of another profession right now where over half live in California. And so that's why the American Association of Marriage and Family Therapists had to spend a lot of time looking at an alternative way to do this, since a compact wouldn't work.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you to this panel. I'm going to call the last four people: Liz Park, David Sharp, Lynn Nash. Well, actually, there's three, and then I have one unfavorable. So Liz Park, David Sharp, and Lynn Nash, please.
And I just want to step in real quick. Dr. Park is literally at the table across the street testifying. You have her written testimony on behalf of the Maryland Association of Youth Service Bureaus in support of the bill.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
No, that's fine.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Vital and members of the committee. It is always a pleasure to be before you today. I am representing our Executive Director, Mr. Ben Steffen, who could not be here today. We've spent a lot of time working on issues such as the one that's before you today with either compacts or alternative solutions to licensure in the state. Most recently, we released a study back in 2023 on the expansion of telehealth. It was a report that was released that had over 50 stakeholders participating in a work group that met for probably 9 months to come up with nearly 9 recommendations. The panels that have been before you today and the one that will follow related to compacts and alternative uses of telehealth have laid out a framework that it restates essentially what a broad collaboration of various stakeholders put forth. I started to think about reading my scripted presentation, and I said, nah, I don't think I could do any better job than what's been stated. I'd say ditto, but that would be a copycat from probably so many others that you've heard. Instead, I'll just say kudos to the wonderful presentations they've made. There are a few terms or phrases that I would just point out to you as I wind down my presentation here. There are 5 notable phrases or clusters of terms. The first one is access to care. The second one is reaching the underserved. The third is supports health equity. The fourth is workforce shortage. And the fifth is increasing the use of telehealth, which is something consumers were thrust into in the pandemic, and many would not like to see it go away and actually see further use of it. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today, but this is an extremely important bill, and the other compact bills are as well as significant. So with that, I'll thank you for the opportunity. The commission hopes for a favorable outcome on this report.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. And Lynn Nash.
So again, Lynn Nash from the Maryland Military Coalition. We have huge numbers of military service members, National Guard, Federal Reserve, and their families. And our military healthcare system is critically short in this specialty. This is another pathway to get access to care. We strongly support and hope that you will give us a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Ms. Nash, you can bring cookies anytime.
When I testify, I always bring cookies.
Thank you.
Snickerdoodles and chocolate
You're in the
chips,
kitchen.
no nuts.
Thank you very much. Do I have any questions for David Sharp or Lynn Nash? No questions. Thank you very much for your testimony. And the last person, Deborah Ricardo, is favorable with amendment.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senators of the committee. Deborah Mercado with Maryland Right to Life. You have my submitted written testimony. Once again, this is a bill. It's not in a vacuum. And once again, we see a loosening of licensing requirements on page 2 and 3. Having more therapists with less qualifications is not good practice for Marylanders. With the lowered educational standards, it would be easy for this bill to be exploited to provide counselors with limited background and who are narrowly focused toward limiting motherhood and promoting an abortion agenda, whether or not that is in the best interest of clients. Maryland Right to Life strongly recommends an amendment to preclude this bill being used to provide more staff for the abortion workforce. Minors are also clients of family therapists as well, and we oppose that the therapy being used to direct minors to organizations providing and promoting abortion, especially without parental consent. We oppose any bill that lowers the standards of practice of any healthcare provider or occupation without excluding abortion and abortion funding. Scarcity of healthcare professionals is not a reasonable excuse to lower standards of practice. This bill would waive the requirements for licensures with regard to educational requirements, supervised clinical experience, documentation of graduate coursework, and passage of an examination approved by the board. For all of these reasons, Maryland Right to Life respectfully asks for an amendment to exclude this bill being used for abortion purposes. Without this amendment, we ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 409.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for this witness? Thank you very much. That ends the hearing. And our next bill is Senate Bill 359. So Senator Hayes. And I will read your first panel. Senator Hayes has 3 panels. The first panel is David Sharp, Robin Elliott, Jane Kranke, and Nicole Livianis.
No, not yet. You're in the third. I don't think she called you, Bob. I'm so anxious.
Mr. Anton, you're in panel 3, so you need to sit patiently and wait.
I'll be very brief, and then I was going to ask to be excused because I've got a bill that's being heard in the House right now, if that would be okay, Madam Chairman.
So, Mr. Sponsor, do you want to start or do you want to let Mr. Anton start?
Madam Chair, that's a lot to ask. I know.
Okay, Mr. Anton, be brief, please. Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, Robert Enton, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the National Advanced Practical Nurse Association, very strongly in favor of this bill. Let me just be very brief. I would urge the committee to please take a look at the written testimony from the Marylanders for Healthcare Workforce Access. And it lists 12 different trade associations dealing with healthcare, including and other groups, ARP, the American College of Nurse Midwives, the Maryland Community Health System, the Maryland Hospital Association. Every single one of these groups supports this bill because it's critical. We have a nursing shortage and we need to address it. I'd also ask you to just please keep this in mind, that nothing requires any nurse to participate in the back and forth with this compact. But Delaware has done this, and we need to do it. There's a nursing shortage in our hospitals. There's a nursing shortage in doctors' offices, and this is the right way to address it. It doesn't place, if people don't like it, if nurses don't like it, they don't have to participate in it. So we're very strongly in support of this bill and would urge a favorable report. Thank you for letting me do this. I appreciate it very much, Madam Chairman.
You used your one favor for this session. Mr. Anton.
Oh, no.
Senator Hayes, would you like to introduce your bill?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee. I think this is the first time I presented in front of my own committee this year. So thank you. Senator Antonio Hayes, for the record. Madam Chair, you have my written testimony in the bill file that lays out certain particulars in reference to this piece of legislation. I would say the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted flaws and the licensing process for highly trained nurses such as nurse practitioners, clinical nurse specialists, nurse midwives, and nurse anesthetists. I got it right. I think so. The current system requires separate licenses for each jurisdiction, hindering nurses from readily providing services across state lines during emergencies of disasters. Nurses are crucial to our society as demonstrated by their indispensable role during the pandemic in addressing various public health issues on a daily basis. Senate Bill 359 proposes that Maryland's entry into Advanced Practice Registered Nurse Compact. This will allow advanced practice nurses in Maryland to hold one multi-state license, facilitating practice in any participating compact state, including through telehealth services. Senate Bill 359 has garnered strong support from a diverse range of stakeholders. I believe Bob Hinton spoke to that previously in his testimony, but among them are the Maryland Nurses Association, the Maryland Academy of Advanced Practice Clinicians, the Maryland Hospital Association, and the Department of Defense. The Maryland Healthcare Commission has recommended adopting legislation to implement interstate compacts, enhancing consumer access to healthcare providers, particularly in communities facing practitioner shortages. The APRN compact is modeled on the Nurse Licensure Compact, which has been successfully in place for 20 years. Maryland was the first state to join the Nurse Licensure Compact in 1999. Over 70% of advanced practice nurses in Maryland reported providing services across state lines in the past 2 years, demonstrating the value of participating in the compact. Additionally, nearly 95% of APRNs in Maryland support adopting the compact. The multi-state license provided under the compact will particularly benefit nurses and military families, facilitating their practice during frequent moves to different states. Participating in the APRN compact would not impact the licensing of Practice Authority of Nurses in Maryland. The state and the Maryland Board of Nurses would retain full regulatory authority. By easing these burdens faced by the APRNs and practicing across state lines, SB 359 would efficiently fill nursing vacancies in Maryland, strengthen healthcare institutions, and enhance preparedness for future public health emergencies. Today, you'll hear from various professionals in support of this bill. In conclusion, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Finance Committee, I urge a favorable report for Senate Bill 359.
Thank you, Senator Hayes. Who would you like to go next?
David?
Oh, sure. Happy to do so.
Okay.
Again, good afternoon. It's such a pleasure to be here before you, especially talking about a topic as really valuable as this one. Compacts are all plus, if you will. Alternative pathways to licensure, all plus. I'm here on behalf of our executive director, Mr. Ben Steffen. And again, I'm well scripted, but I've decided to turn it over. Just want to highlight the information shared by Senator Hayes. I don't think any one of us could say it any better. It is an honorable bill to push forward. It's difficult to find challenges with it. I'll just highlight the same phrases that I said in my prior testimony on the testimony you have both written from the commission and what I'm speaking on today. And that's access to care, reaching the underserved, supports health equity, addresses workforce shortage, and increases the use of telehealth. This is a trifecta of really valuable services for Marylanders. So I hope the panel here provides the information that you're seeking, and urge a favorable report out on this bill. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Robin Elliott, here representing the Maryland Nurses Association and the Maryland affiliate of the American Academy of Nurse Midwives. I want to use a phrase that Dr. Sharp used before, which is kudos to you. I think this is at least the third reciprocity bill you've heard today, and I'm sure you could probably recite what a compact is. I just wanted to share two stories that happened to me. People call me, you won't be surprised, when they are looking for help in navigating the licensure compact with the board. So I've helped two FQHCs on the Eastern Shore waiting to start services in underserved areas because they could not get the nurse practitioner's license or certification processed. Luckily, I've got great contacts at the Board of Nursing, and they did really help out and those practices could start. But this is what the practical aspect of a compact will do, is it allows primary care practitioners, nurse anesthetists, great job, Senator Hayes, to enter into practice more quickly. And we are desperate for more practitioners in Maryland. Thank you.
Chair Bidel, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 359. My name is Nicole Lavanos. I'm the Director of State Affairs for the National Council of State Boards of Nursing. And as Senator Hayes mentioned, the APRN Compact is modeled after the Nurse Licensure Compact. And like the NLC, this compact would allow APRNs to elect for a multi-state license and have the ability to practice across state lines, both in person and electronically. The bill is overwhelmingly supported by 7 statewide nursing organizations whose members want this option. The APRN Compact will enable patients in Maryland to continue getting the APRN care they rely on. They'll be able to reach more providers and reach their own providers when they travel or are located outside of the state. The APRN Compact will enable FQHCs, clinics, facilities, and practices across the state to recruit providers without delay. The APRN Compact will save APRNs time and money by not needing to obtain and maintain multiple licenses. The 2022 Maryland Board of Nursing survey found that 45% of APRNs in Maryland hold more than one APRN license. It's also important to note what the APRN Compact will not do. It will not bring back antiquated practice restrictions APRNs in Maryland have fought hard to eliminate. Maryland laws will continue to govern Maryland practice under the compact. It will not solve the problem that way too many states still restrict APRN controlled substance prescribing, but it will remove the licensure barrier for APRNs to provide care for those patients. And finally, the compact will not close all provider gaps across Maryland in the primary psych, mental health sectors, but it will enable patients to access more APRNs when and where they need it the most, help employers to recruit APRNs, save APRNs time and money, and incentivize APRNs to locate to Maryland while they'll have access to this more flexible and mobile license. Thank you for this opportunity. I urge support.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair Bidel, Vice Chair Klausmeier, members of the committee. My name is Jane Krinke. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in strong support of Senate Bill 359. As you know, hospitals are facing severe workforce shortages, including with our physicians. Many of our hospitals utilize advanced practice nurses to help fill in those gaps of care, especially primary care in rural areas and for high needs specialties. As was mentioned, we saw the benefits during COVID when the governor's executive order allowed hospitals to seamlessly recruit providers across state lines. When that emergency expired, similar to what Robin said, I worked, with the Board of Nursing and our members daily basis to try to get NPs licensed in the state, and it sometimes took 6 months to even a year. And we just don't have the luxury of that time with our shortages and ensuring Marylanders have access to the care that they need. 3 states, including Delaware, have passed the compact, and 3 states, including Maryland, are pending legislation. Later, you'll hear from Christiana Care today, who sits near the border of Delaware, and they have facilities in both states. We know that this would have a huge impact on their ability to provide important access to care. As a full practice authority state, the passage of this compact would not change how APRNs currently practice in Maryland. You can only see benefits with the passage of this legislation and encourage you to offer a favorable report. Thank you so much.
Jane, thank you. I have some questions for the sponsor. So you have a nice list of supporters. I have at least a dozen in opposition.
A dozen?
At
I didn't
least.
see the same.
No, at least.
Gotcha.
Just, things that have come in like by email and stuff, but
Mhm.
so one of the things, there's 3 things they repeatedly talk about.
Mhm.
One is the 20-80 hours. the nurse practitioners that are opposing this, the advanced nurse practitioners are opposing it because of the 20-80 hours, and we can't amend a contract. A compact. Compact is a compact is a compact. So that's the first thing. They won't be able to prescribe opioids because the compact doesn't allow it. And there is no nurse, from what I understand, no advanced nurse practitioner sitting on the advisory board.
Those were the three things, Madam Chair.
That's the three things that I've gotten opposition.
Got you. So, the 280 hours is true.
2080.
2080. But it's also true that nurse practitioners in Maryland must currently without a compact have 18 months of supervision by a physician, right? And so I don't know what those hours actually kind of add up to, but any new graduate has to have those 18 months of mentorship. As it relates to the opioid piece, and I don't have my note for here, but here we go. Only the U.S. Department of Justice Drug Enforcement Administration can approve a license for prescribing controlled substances. It is not a function of any U.S. Board of Nursing. The compact simply states that whatever the requirements are for controlled substance prescribing in the state where the patient is located, there are requirements the license has to follow. This is current practice today. And your third one, Madam Chair, in the opposition that you.
They're telling me that there's no advanced nurse practitioner that serves on the advisory board for the compact.
That I'm not sure about. I'm not sure if anyone here on the panel could speak to that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can I defer to Nicole?
Thank you, Senator Beidle, for those questions. So to the last point about the commission. So the commission is a quasi-governmental agency that's created by the compact, and Maryland would have one seat on that commission. The commission is regulatory in nature. This is a licensure compact, and the functions of the commission are purely to run the operations of the compact. They do not determine the scope of practice for an APRN. They do not settle practice issues. They are simply operationalizing the compact. This compact commission is structured identically to the nurse licensure compact, being that the commissioner is a regulator, which is appropriate for the licensure compact. However, there was language added to this bill because of the opposition's concerns about a seat at the table in the commission that does that does mandate the Board of Nursing in Maryland upon the commission's formation to suggest that an advisory committee be created made up of APRNs who serve on regulatory boards. So again, having that nexus to regulation, which is appropriate for a compact.
So this compact is from 2020. Is that when this was created?
It was created in August of 2020.
And this is the third attempt at a advanced nursing compact. And how many states have already confirmed it?
So there are 4 states that have enacted the compact, and it remains pending in 2 states.
Well, it's pending here too, but
Here in Arizona.
right.
Those are the
But
2 states.
I mean, pending doesn't mean it passed.
No, absolutely
You know,
not.
so-
No. It's enacted in
So
4
In
states,
4 years, we've gotten 4 states.
in 3 sessions. Yeah,
And how many does it take to make it a nationally accepted compact?
7.
7. Okay, thank you very
And
much.
The only other thing that I would add, Madam Chair, Maryland is not known to be followers, right? In 1999, when the compact was signed, we were first, right? We were pioneers in that endeavor. I think, the fact that you already have some states on board, we're already kind of, lost our position of being pioneers in that regard. But hopefully, the wisdom of this committee will follow. We don't often follow the House, but you remember last year, the bill passed unanimously through the House and had only 21 people when it came to the floor that was in opposition of it. And so, we've lost our kind of advantage at being leaders in this industry, but hopefully very soon we will provide, advanced practice nurses the opportunity to, have this additional tool to have them be able to practice across state lines.
Thank you, Senator. So that.
Senator Kramer had a question, Madam
Oh, I'm
Chair.
sorry, Senator Kramer.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I like that pioneering spirit, Senator Hayes. Ms. Elliott, quick question. You're representing the Maryland Nurses Association.
Yes.
could you share with me within the Maryland Nurses Association what the position is of the advanced practice registered nurses? Where are they on the legislation?
So the Maryland Nurses Association engaged a very extensive stakeholder process about a year ago where they had monthly meetings, maybe more than monthly, 6 to 8 meetings where they discussed this thoroughly. And in the end, when the Maryland Nurses Association voted on this bill, this passed just a couple meetings ago, the vote was 18-4 and 3 against.
18-4, so overwhelmingly supported this proposal.
Yes, and the Maryland Nurses Association consists of registered nurses and all kinds of advanced practice nurses. It's a broad association that is inclusive of advanced practice nurses.
Thank you. One other quick question, Ms. Elliott, when Bob Enton was here, he was emphasizing that the compact is optional and doesn't make anyone do anything. Could you expound a little bit on his comments so that I have a better understanding of that issue?
Sure, and this comes up frequently with the question of the requirement on the compact that you have to have worked 2,080 hours, which is a 1 year full time, in order to enter into the compact. So a nurse practitioner, nurse midwife, nurse anesthetist can get a Maryland license. And when they are a new grad, they would have to work a year in order to get a compact license. Let's say, however, that they decided they also wanted to work in Virginia in that first year. They would have to go get a Virginia license. But after that first year, they could go into the compact and not have to, provided Virginia was participating, and not have to get a separate license. So it is completely optional. You can choose to just get a Maryland license, get individual licenses in any state you want to practice, or as this compact builds, you would get a multi-state license and not get those multiple licenses. So Maryland was the first state to adopt the nursing compact in 1999. It has taken time to build, and there are now 41 states that participate.
So at the end of the day, if I'm understanding correctly, if a nurse does not want to be part of the compact, they're just not part of the compact. No harm, no foul.
That's right.
Is that correct?
It is entirely the nurse's decision on whether or not to apply for, or the APRN's decision whether or not to apply for a multi-state compact license.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Do I have any other questions for this panel? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to
Good
call,
Appreciate it.
this is the sponsors panel number 2. Rachel Sherman, Rhonda Scott, Sarah Stowens, William Kress. Someone can start as soon as you're ready.
Go down the line. Sure. Then we'll know what we're doing.
All right. Let me just get my notes up here.
I hear ya. I gotta have notes too.
So it's still afternoon, it's not evening yet, right? Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Dr. Rachel Sherman, and I am an Army veteran, family nurse practitioner, and I have over 10 years of nursing experience. I practice across a wide variety of settings as a nurse practitioner, and I currently hold a license in Maryland, Washington, D.C., and Virginia. And I'm also a member of the Maryland Academy of Advanced Practice Clinicians, who I'm representing today. And I'm here in support of Senate Bill 359, and I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony. Senate Bill 359 positions Maryland ahead of the next healthcare crisis. As demonstrated through COVID-19, critical shortages of healthcare providers can have devastating implications across the constituents that you represent. This bill will support the healthcare workforce should the need arise to quickly recruit and employ advanced practice registered nurses. As a veteran, I can also assure you that this bill will aid military families experiencing relocation. Senate Bill 359 will reduce the financial burden experienced due to having multiple state licenses. I can tell you as a nurse practitioner holding multiple state licenses, I pay upwards of $1,000 per state in renewal fees. Passing this bill will also make Maryland more attractive to APRNs who desire to live and or practice in the state, further strengthening our nursing workforce. Senate Bill 359 will support patients who seek medical care in Maryland but live in another state. And with the expansion of telehealth services, this bill will improve access and continuity of care and promote improved health outcomes. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony, and I look forward to a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Sarah Stowens, giving comments today in support of SB 359 on behalf of Christiana Care. Nurses and APRNs have long been on the front lines of every healthcare crisis we can think of and demonstrated their resilience and passion for what they do. The compact before the committee today offers our APRN colleagues a streamlined process, improved efficiency, and reduced burdens and costs for multiple licenses. This practical flexibility would enhance the coordination of care amongst healthcare professionals, fostering a more integrated and patient-centered approach. At Christiana Care, we have and continue to be supportive of compact legislation like this one. Our APRNs are uniquely positioned to utilize the flexibility offered immediately upon the passage of this compact in those 7 states, as it has already passed in Delaware. Not only would APRNs be able to take advantage of compact benefits, but our healthcare system, which operates in Delaware and Maryland, would be able to address provider shortages to our Maryland communities quickly, alleviating strain on critical specialties like primary care, emergency services, oncology, and behavioral health. In short, the hundreds of APRNs employed by Christiana Care would be able to practice at all our locations in Delaware and Maryland, increasing access for our patients and increasing patient safety. As healthcare continues to evolve, legislative measures like the APRN Compact play a crucial role in optimizing the delivery of healthcare services and will allow us to continue to expand access to care. I respectfully request a favorable report on SB 359. Thank you so much for hearing my comments today.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Rhonda Scott, Executive Director for the Maryland Board of Nursing, here testifying in favor of Senate Bill 359. I'm going to be brief because much of what has already been said is mimicked by the board's position as well. However, the board does believe that the APRN Compact will help to improve the nursing workforce shortage in Maryland by supporting the portability of APRN licensure. In addition, the compact will also improve the operational workflow at the board by alleviating the burden of processing APRN endorsement applications. As a result, this will free up resources and responsibilities, which can then be redistributed to other time-sensitive tasks, such as processing our in-state applications. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is William Kress. I'm here today on behalf of the Maryland Association of Nurse Anesthetists in favor of the bill. So you've heard a lot about compacts and reciprocity. I'm not going to talk about those issues or the bill itself. I'm going to talk about the practical aspects. During COVID, I had 10 CRNAs from out of state, nurse anesthetists, who could not get their license processed timely at the board. Obviously, it was during COVID. We interceded and helped them get their licensure. In the state of Maryland, there are less than 900 nurse anesthetists. Oftentimes, when you receive anesthesia care, it is solely from a nurse anesthetist. They collaborate with doctors, with physicians, with dentists, and often in hospital settings with anesthesiologists. But very many times the nurse anesthetist is a sole provider. So when you look to the Eastern Shore, when you look to Southern Maryland, when you look to Western Maryland, what we see is a lack of providers. And we are a very geographically small state. Within 90 minutes, you can get to the border. What this bill would do would open up all these surrounding states to provide additional providers of care. In particular with anesthesia, we've seen the prices for the care go up for those folks who have to hire a nurse anesthetist. There is a serious shortage in the state. So this is one option, one tool in the tool belt that could help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do I have any questions for this panel? Senator Ellis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kress, quick question for you, and thank everyone for your testimony. You talked about nurse anesthetists. Are they advanced practice registered nurse?
Yes, sir. They're certified registered nurse anesthetists, and they're one of the APRNs.
Okay, so they're under this compact bill. Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
And Dr. Sherman, question for you. Well, are you a advanced practice registered nurse?
Yes, I am a family nurse practitioner.
You're a family nurse practitioner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm just trying to understand all the different terms, how they fit into this bill. So the question, Dr. Sherman, the chair talked about, I don't know if you heard when she mentioned practitioners had concerns about the hours and stuff like that. Obviously, you don't share those concerns because you're here supporting this bill. How would you address those concerns that was raised or amplified by the chair?
Absolutely. So you are correct. I don't share those concerns. Having been one of the nurse practitioners practicing at Prince George's Hospital Center through COVID, I saw what happened to my neighbors and to my friends and to my colleagues. And I don't ever want to go through that again, where we get to a point where we have such a critical shortage of providers. We are told to treat our patients through a glass door for fear that we will lose more providers due to COVID-19. The 2,080 hours does not mean that you cannot seek a compact license when that time comes. It just means that you have to have the equivalent of 1 year of working experience. And that's pretty common in most industries. They want 1 year of experience. It does not prohibit a nurse practitioner from holding multiple state licenses. It just says, if you are new to practice, you have to wait until you have that 1 year of experience. The second question about prescribing controlled substances, that is not something that is up to the Board of Nursing. That goes state by state, and it's federally regulated. If I'm a nurse practitioner in Maryland, I can prescribe a controlled substance. But if I seek to care for a patient in another compact state, if that state does not allow me to prescribe a controlled substance, there's no difference between me being in the compact and not being in the compact. It is out of the regulation, outside of the regulation. And I forgot what the third one was. But I know that it doesn't affect
So
me.
did I, so.
Yeah, I don't remember what the third concern was, though.
Just making sure we had someone on the committee, but they were talking about setting up an advisory group.
Correct. So an advisory group and the Board of Nursing has the option to appoint an APRN to that committee. I happen to also be an APRN member of the Board of Nursing.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Sherman. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm.
Thank you. Well, that ends this panel. Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony.
Thank you.
The final sponsor panel is Tammy Bresnahan from AARP and Lynn Nash, the cookie lady. I don't see Tammy. She may be in another committee testifying. Well, you're by yourself.
So thank you again for the record, Captain Lynn Nash, and I am an advanced practice nurse. I'm a clinical nurse specialist in community health and public health. And during the COVID experience, I got to use my skills directed towards population health. So again, on behalf of the Maryland Military Coalition, we strongly support this bill. It means that we can move where we need to move to take care of folks that need our services. And here in Maryland, our almost 35,000 active duty Department of Defense military, our 1,700 US Public Health Service nurses and doctors appreciate the opportunity for a compact. One thing that hasn't been discussed today is money. And I know that in this fiscal concern that we need to spend our dollars wisely. The Board of Nursing right now is going to undergo a dramatic shift. And this is the time to do the compact because you can fold it in to everything else going on in the Board of Nursing at practically no cost. So please, let's make this the year that Maryland passes the APRN compact. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So that ends the sponsor panels. I'm going to call up 6 people at a time. This is the unfavorables. Naila Russell, Nicole Lalo, Sarah Peters, Dale Jafari, Deborah Bricado, and Daniel Shattuck. It's like everybody's here. So you don't need to go in any special order, but someone can start when they're ready.
I can start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Nicole Lalo. I am the president of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland and also a practicing nurse practitioner. You will hear from my colleagues in a moment regarding the other flaws of the APRN compact. The one I will speak to you now is the language of this compact cannot be altered unilaterally. We engaged numerous times with the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, NCSBN, and other stakeholders in this room to discuss an agreeable solution, but they refused to consider an alternative. Last year, this compact was proposed in 7 states and none chose to adopt it. NPAM is not the only organization opposed to this compact. In 2020, over 40 state and national nursing organizations asked NCSBN not to adopt this version of the compact. Again, in 2023, 22 professional nursing organizations across the country asked for revisions. However, those pleas were not considered. We often hear, why not just change the compact and address your concerns or just fix it after all the other states have joined? A pass it now, fix it later approach. It is imperative to read the details of this compact. In Article 10, lines 19 through 21, page 28 of this bill, which says that any and all amendments must be enacted into the laws of all party states. I know you're used to amending bills all the time in Maryland, but it is not the same for a compact. I want to be crystal clear. There must be unanimous agreement from all 7 states and their legislatures to make any changes to the compact. We consulted with a policy analyst and confirmed, and I quote, "I think the reason you don't see this often is because changes aren't made regularly to compacts. If any state didn't want the amendment, then all they would have to do is not introduce the legislation and it would not go into effect in any member state. This compact is not a one-size-fits-all. We want a compact where it benefits APRNs and patients in Maryland now. This compact is not it. That's why I request an unfavorable report on SB 359. Thank you.
Who would like to be next? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Dr. Dale Jafari. I'm a nurse practitioner from Talbot County, practicing in Maryland for the past 25 years. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns regarding Senate Bill 359, Advanced Practice Registered Nurse Compact. We are the great state of Maryland. We strive for excellence. We want an advanced practice registered nurse compact, but not this one. SB 359 fails to meet that standard. SB 359 APRN compact is inherently flawed. We are advocating for a compact that meets the needs of the nurse practitioners and the patients we serve. The National Council of State Boards of Nursing, in its efforts to appease the requirements of all states, fails to meet the needs of most. The current version of the APRN compact bill demonstrates mediocrity for the following reasons. Once the language in SB 359 passes, any amendments will be a Herculean task. SB 359 requires a prerequisite of 2,080 work hours before a new APRN can join the compact. SB 359 stipulates that membership in the APRN Advisory Committee, but fails to include membership by the very healthcare professionals they plan to oversee. SB 359 does not address the need for full prescribing authority. SB 359 fails endorsement by the American Association of Nurse Practitioners. A compact should provide license portability. It should support a more fluid workforce to meet the demands of workforce shortages, particularly in rural areas like mine. Registered nurses and physicians do not face the huge variability in practice restrictions that are currently present in APRN practice in different states. This lack of uniformity in APRN practice is one of the greatest barriers to designing a compact that meets the needs of most, if not all, states. These are some of the many deficiencies in the NCSBN's most recent version of the compact they've been trying to pass and enact for the past 22 years. Your constituents, our patients, deserve excellence, not mediocrity. We, the members of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, want a compact, but not this one. I respectfully request an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 359.
Thank you. And we appreciate your testimony. I'm going to ask you to really stick to the 2 minutes because we still haven't but like another 50 witnesses on other bills. So it will really help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next. Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Dr. Nyla Russell, and I'm the past president of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland. I want to talk to you from the lens of being a military spouse. I've been married to an active duty service member for 20 years. I've been licensed to practice nursing in 5 states, and I have never been delayed in licensure or starting a job in those 20 years. This includes being an advanced practice registered nurse and when I transferred to Maryland. So while this is my experience, I recognize that this is not the same for every military spouse. Fortunately, in 2023, President Biden signed the Military Spouse Licensing Relief Act. Under this law, licensing reciprocity applies to the profession of nursing. In July of 2023, the Department of Justice notified all states, including Maryland, about the new employment requirements for military families. This means that service members and their spouses can get their professional licenses and certifications in new jurisdictions. And you can see this federal legislation negates the argument that we need a compact to aid military spouses. The federal government has taken care of us. Of note, my spouse will never receive orders to Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota, or Delaware. And since that means this compact won't help me, it also means that unless other states adopt the compact, it's not going to help the rest of our APRNs either. They're not our border states. Our Board of Nursing can use what the federal government has done and adopt license reciprocity. I was going to explain that in detail to you, but Senator Klausmeier did a really great job about telling us what license reciprocity is, and that is exactly what we should be doing. I am telling you, Marylanders have little shared interest with North Dakota, South Dakota, and Utah, but we certainly have interest with our border states. Let's enact reciprocity with them. Please don't do anything with this bill moving forward. It is not a good bill. I'd also like to clarify some things. We do not have physician oversight for 18 months. We have a mentorship, which can be with a nurse practitioner or another APRN. Thank you.
Who's next?
Hey. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Sarah Peters with Hush Blackwell Strategies, representing the Nurse Practitioners Association of Maryland. We're here again today. But before I talk about the bill in front of us, I want to say thank you for passing legislation. Last year, you heard our concerns, the backlogs with the Maryland Board of Nursing, the continual complaints that likely landed in your mailbox in the same way they were landing in mine, saying we can't get renewed our license. Recently, my sister said, Sarah, please help me out. I need my license renewed. You did a great job of putting MDH over the Maryland Board of Nursing. We have concerns that adding more onto the Maryland Board of Nursing would be problematic for the current nurse practitioners. And I also want to say, in addition to all the concerns that all the members said today, I want to also bring up that we're not alone. Texas hasn't passed it. Montana hasn't passed it. Kentucky hasn't passed it. Arizona hasn't passed it. New York hasn't passed it. Hawaii, they turned it into a study. So with that, I will cut it short just to say, we want a compact, not this compact. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and senators of the committee. My name is Deborah Mercado with Maryland Right to Life, and on behalf of our followers, we oppose Senate Bill 359. We oppose the use of this bill for further abortion funding, and we oppose the decreased safety for women and girls as a result of the ability to prescribe the dangerous abortion drugs mifepristone and misoprostol via telehealth. Prescribing these drugs without benefit of the in-person physical exam opens a Pandora's box of trouble. First, without the in-person exam, you cannot verify an actual pregnancy, the gestational age for a pregnancy, presence of a high-risk condition such as ectopic pregnancy, or even if the person asking for the prescription will be the one taking it. Second, prescribing across state lines via telehealth opens the door for abusers and sexual predators to exploit this access to cover up their crimes and continue abuse of women and girls. This bill is not in a vacuum. We are seeing many other bills that in combination with this bill could easily be used for harm. Medical scarcity is not a good reason to lower the standards for best medical practice. Telehealth and prescribing abortion drugs do not help the nursing shortage or increase the number of nurses that will be available in Maryland. So for all of these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 359.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dan Shattuck here today on behalf of the Maryland Society of Anesthesiologists, and want to raise a couple of fundamental concerns with this compact. You've heard a lot of concerns from the other witnesses. Our particular concern is the plain language of this bill states that the compact would supersede state law, and particularly it would supersede state law as it relates to supervision and collaboration. In fact, the bill before us states an APRN issued a multi-state license is authorized to assume responsibility and accountability for patient care independent of any supervisory or collaborative relationship. And this authority may be exercised in the home state and any remote state in which the APRN exercises a multi-state licensure privilege. Maryland currently requires for nurse anesthetists collaboration with a physician, an anesthesiologist, or a dentist. This bill would take that law, if the compact was to be enacted, and supplant that, not only for licensees coming into the state, but those who are currently practicing in the state. I know of no other compact, and I've advocated before you on this committee and others in favor of compacts. In other compacts, it explicitly states we're not changing state law. State law prevails. This compact says completely differently. So for that reason, we have a number of concerns that you would be giving up your ability to make change, to regulate the scope of practice, to regulate the services that are being provided to Maryland patients. And as we already heard, you can't change a compact, and you can't change, and if you can, it's not very easy. So I would just ask the committee to take a long, hard look before advancing this bill and look at these concerns and whether or not this is in the best interest at this time for Maryland. Thank you.
Do I have questions for this panel? Senator Guile.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, I think, for, is it Nicole, military spouse that was just giving testimony earlier?
Nyla Russell.
Nyla, maybe you can move the microphone over a little bit. You were speaking earlier about the Service Member Civil Relief Act and the amendments to it that would provide licensing recognition for military spouses. But we just heard testimony previously, and certainly at the least when I've communicated with the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense, the Defense State Liaison Office, that in fact, although that is well-intentioned, that there's lots of problems with that. And specifically, it requires states to recognize that license from the other state, but doesn't necessarily grant the license. And what we heard previously, I don't know if you were here at the testimony from a previous bill on the other, the social work compact, that in fact, the issues that they've would have arisen is certain regulatory agencies like JACO are not recognizing that letter of recognition that's provided and in fact requires a license. We've also, like I mentioned before, have heard from the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense who have filed multiple letters of support for other bills, compact related bills, saying that these compacts are needed because in fact, those amendments, while well-intentioned to the Service Member Civil Relief Act, don't have a lot of inherent problems with implementation in different states. So I know you said earlier that the federal government is taking care of us, but I would disagree with that. Perhaps you could comment or respond?
Well, as you know, this bill was passed last year in 2023. And
2022, I believe.
I believe he signed it in 2023,
Okay.
perhaps, and then
Yeah.
the Justice Department sent the letter in 2023 to all of the
Texas.
states.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
there's a case in Texas pending
Mhm.
because they didn't recognize a military spouse, but the Justice
Sure.
Department sent a letter to all 50 states informing them of these new requirements. I think one of the concerns that I've read is that there's concern about, how long it's going to take for states to get up to speed with this. But that doesn't relegate the fact, like this compact is not going to pass. It hasn't passed in 22 years and we need 7 states. So how is that going to fix it? I don't agree with that logic either. So I think that you're right. The federal law is well-intentioned and I don't work for the Department of Defense and I can't speak for what they may or may not be sharing out. But the law does provide these protections and I think states do need to try to get up to speed to provide, they talk about wanting to protect military spouses. They talk about wanting to do this. And my argument is that this is a template that the Board of Nursing should use to open reciprocity for all APRNs. That's what really I'm trying to get across in my testimony, that I think reciprocity is the best solution to affect all APRNs in Maryland, because we can use that to go to DC, to go to Virginia, to go to West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and say, we understand the regional issues here. What interest do we have in North Dakota or South Dakota or Utah? So I guess I can't speak to essentially all of the intricacies. I'm certainly not a lawyer. I just know what the intention is and that it is meant to help us.
Sure. No, I agree. I just think that similarly, a compact would also ultimately result in a similar helping military spouses as well. And I think what you're suggesting is that just because we differ from certain other states, that maybe that this shouldn't be implemented here for that reason, correct?
That the compact shouldn't be implemented here?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think that we should implement the compact here because we do practice quite differently than other states. And that's one of the major problems with this compact is there isn't standardization in how APRNs practice across states. And so until that standardization is achieved, this compact is going to be so messy. It's going to be really challenging. It's like, he said about superseding state law and what does that mean and who's in charge of if somebody does something wrong. And there's a lot. I mean, hopefully you all have read the bill. It's very lengthy. I've read it in detail and tried to understand it, but I think there's just so many unknowns because our practice is messy. And until we get that regulated and we have green states across the country, this compact doesn't fix that either. It just creates a little bit more confusion. So
Yeah,
license reciprocity.
If I can just add one more question. So when you say we're different from other states, such as North Dakota, South Dakota, things like that, but using your same logic under the amendments to the Service Member Civil Relief Act that would provide reciprocity or recognition rather of a military spouse's license from that other state, if they came here from North Dakota and they were licensed there, they would get licensed here, correct? That would
Right,
be
and then they would
recognized
be
here.
required though to follow the scope of practice that's in COMAR for nurse practitioners here in
For
the state
here.
of Maryland.
Right.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I couldn't remember, Ms. Russell, you're not with the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, right?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm the
Okay,
past
gotcha.
president.
All right, thank you. Sir, and your client, you representing the Maryland Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, right?
That's correct.
Got you. And Nicole, you're also with the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Joffrey, you're with the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland?
I am.
All right. So I think, we found a creative way to turn 3 pieces of testimony into 11, right? 9 minutes of testimony into 22 by having 11 people here. Outside of Ms. Bricata and Daniel, I think everyone else is from one organization, and I think we've already, and so the statements have been made, like there's, a lot of people, I think the creativity and expanded amount of time that's being represented was pretty cool, but there's really, out of the vast majority of organizations that support this legislation, there's really three, maybe one or two legitimate opposition to this testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I'll share the other names with you after the meeting. No, not the other names that I have, but thank you. Senator Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, I'm still trying to grasp the opposition in that we heard the prior panel indicate if any of those of you, and God bless the work you're out there doing, I mean, that's fantastic. You're doing the Lord's work. But if you choose not to participate in the compact, you're free to choose not to participate in the compact. Is that an accurate statement? I mean, I would think that's a yes or no.
Well, I think it's nuanced, so I'm not going to give you a yes or no, but you're right. I don't have to, but I'm not concerned about this as an individual. I'm concerned about this as a professional issue. And also, they were testifying about organizations who want this for portability between Delaware and Maryland. I'm pretty sure if I worked for that organization, they would require me to have the compact license as a part of my employment. So that doesn't really feel like a personal choice at that point.
Well, that's speculation, correct? That's
Correct.
pure speculation.
Yes, but it's a
Thank you.
concern that organizations would
All right.
require that.
But your initial answer was no, there's nothing that requires you to participate in the compact. Now, I heard the statement that you support the idea of reciprocity in licensing. Is there anything in the bill before us that would prohibit Maryland and Virginia from having licensing reciprocity should this compact be adopted? Should we pass this bill? Is there anything that prohibits reciprocity with the state of Virginia should that end up coming to pass?
I'll take a stab. I would say no. I don't think that's gonna impact the state.
Perfect. That's really, no, thank you. I'm not looking for additional testimony. I think these are pretty much yes or no answers. So I had heard we want to have this ability. That ability will still exist. All right, the last question I have, it was this conversation, and several of you mentioned it. I believe Ms. Lolo, you were the first one to bring it up, that the compact, in order to make changes, requires all of the participants to agree.
Mm-hmm.
That's what a compact is all about, isn't it? That if we're going to act in unison, that decisions are made in unison. It would not be a compact if 2 or 3 of the states said, here's what we want to do, and the remainder say, no, we're going to do something else. Suddenly, you no longer have a compact. So isn't the point of a compact that the participants work in unison and agree to what the rules of the road are going to be within that compact? I mean, isn't that just logical? That's how a compact works.
So thank you for that. In theory, that sounds great, but there's no requirement that the other states go along with the amendments. So let's say we have these amendments that we want to put in. There's 7 states that have entered the compact. They don't need to bring that to their legislators to change the compact. They could
Agreed.
choose not to.
Agreed.
So therefore, how is that in unison?
Because the point is either it's all for one and one for all. And that's what a compact is, correct?
But our interests in Maryland are very different from the interests in other states. And so
Understood.
therefore,
My-
we are leaders. As Senator Hayes had mentioned, Maryland is a leader. And so why would we want to dictate our practice on 6 other states that don't have interest in us?
Because if you don't want to be a participant, you don't have to be a participant in the compact. That is the reason. For those who choose to participate, democracy is a wonderful thing. For those who choose to participate in a compact, they're agreeing to be participants of all for one, one for all. For those like you who say, no, thank you, we've already heard. Your response will be no, thank you, and you will not be governed by the rules of the compact.
So may I address that? So.
Well, no,
we-
that was just, I was.
Oh, that was
offering
not a
to say, but
question.
thank you,
Okay,
not a
I could
question.
clarify for you, but.
Thank you, Madam
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator. For me, if you don't mind.
Certainly. So we heard previously that, you know, everyone's worried about the workforce shortage among nurses, nurse practitioners, APRNs. And so we're unclear how this compact would address that. It won't. It took 22 years to get 4 states. With reciprocity, we can fix those shortages now and not wait another 10, 15, 20 years for that to happen. So that is the point that we would like to make, that the reciprocity actually fixes the problem with the workplace shortage.
Thank you for explaining that. Senator Mouse?
Just want to follow up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dale Jafari is a constituent of mine, and we've spoken about this issue a number of times and a number of different occasions. And in the context of the nursing shortage, and it's a huge issue and everybody's concerned about that. However, you know, with this compact, if this compact were to be put into place 2-3 years down the road, you have a lifetime experience in our local hospital. How would this affect our nursing shortage and those labor demands if this compact were to go into place, Dale? Just, you know, like we're talking at the firehouse.
So if the current compact goes into effect, we've already eliminated every nurse graduate from the programs throughout the state of Maryland from participation for the next 12 months. We've already said you've got to get 2080 practice hours in before you can be considered for participation. So all of these very excited new graduates who are ready for practice and ready to move into the workforce can move into our workforce, but it's not going to solve the problem anywhere else. A lot of changes occurred with telehealth in the last legislative year. It really reduced the amount of telehealth we're able to do. That's had an impact on how valuable the ability to practice via telehealth would be. It's more limited now. It's not covered by many of the insurance plans now. So a lot changed post-COVID. What would happen in my local vicinity? We don't have a line of people waiting to come in now. We can't find people in the first place. So it isn't a question of whether they have a compact. It's a question of not having enough people in the workforce to start with. So I don't see an immediate improvement in the shortages we're facing in downtown Easton as a result of the nursing compact for the APRNs. It's so different than the RN compact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it Dr. Jafari? Yes. Thank you. Dr. Jafari, Easton, where's Easton? Is that on the Eastern Shore of Maryland?
Eastern Shore of Maryland, Talbot County.
Got you. And so you were saying in your response to Senator Mouse there that new nurses would be able to serve, they just wouldn't be able to serve across, will they be able to serve in Maryland?
Absolutely.
So the concern is that they wouldn't be able to serve in other states.
So the concern
is your testimony that Maryland will be satisfied in their nurse shortage because they'll have these new individuals that had their education, they'll be ready to go and serve Marylanders. The concern is that they won't be able to practice in other states to fill their shortage? Is that what your
So
testimony?
not all of our patients are from Easton, Maryland. They may.
No, I
come-
got you, but your testimony is that they'll be prepared once they graduate
Oh,
to
absolutely.
practice in Maryland, correct?
Absolutely.
They will not be able to testify in other states.
By the current
unless-
compact regulation
Until after a year, right?
until after a year, correct?
Gotcha. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Have any other questions for this panel? Thank you all very much. We're gonna now call up 4 more unfavorable. Janet Selway, Kathy Ware, Claire Bode or Bodie, and Lindsay Ward. Thank you. Janet, you want to begin?
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Dr. Janet Selway. I'm Maryland nurse practitioner for 36 years and a nurse for 53 years, which I can't believe. I'm an associate professor at the University of Maryland School of Nursing. I direct an adult gerontology primary care nurse practitioner program there. And I'm a past president of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland, the only organization in Maryland that represents only nurse practitioners. I speak today on behalf of NPAM. And I urge an unfavorable report for Senate Bill 359. So as you've heard, we support having a compact, but not this compact. The proposed compact's not a national movement, as you've heard. In 22 years, only 4 party states have joined or are considering it. I want to address the 20/80 hour problem. It sends a false message that nurse practitioners are not ready to practice upon graduation and national certification. This is simply not true. The National Organization of Nurse Practitioner Faculties, as well as the American Association of Colleges of Nursing, all hold, as does the consensus model for APRN practice, all hold that our students upon graduation are practice ready. This 20/80 hours also presents challenges for states who are trying to retire a practice hour requirement for APRNs. During the COVID emergency, some states lifted that requirement and some other requirements to improve access to care. This compact was written before COVID. This practice barrier is not based on any evidence of need. It's an attempt by the National Council State Board of Nursing to attract potential state compact members who still mandate that type of requirement. And so in some states, this practice hour requirement is a condition that must be met in order for a nurse practitioner to apply for full practice authority, as long as 5 years in Virginia is their practice requirement. And
Janet,
I ask for an unfavorable report.
thank you. Kathy Ware.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kathy Ware. I'm a nurse practitioner and I live in Anne Arundel County. I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 359. As a nurse practitioner, I'm very well aware of the nursing workforce shortages. This bill in its current form is not a viable solution. The bill language is flawed in many ways, as you've heard, including that it does not have APRN representation on the Interstate Commission, which oversees administration of the compact, including rulemaking and judicial matters for member states. It's important to note that nurse practitioners make up the vast majority of APRNs in Maryland, and so we are by far the largest group affected by this. Here we have a compact for an APRN, but no seat at the table for an APRN, and it is essential that we be included on an administrative commission. Otherwise, decision makers who, without firsthand knowledge or experience, are making decisions for us. The inclusion of members of all professions on a body governing their work is crucial to achieving excellence and ensuring public safety. To put this into perspective, exclusion of APRNs on the Interstate Commission is akin to the State Bar Association not including lawyers. The National Council has been unwilling to make any meaningful substantive changes to this compact language, despite our good faith efforts working with them, which includes offering practical solutions to address the workforce shortages. Many other state and national organizations have also been ignored as well. The National Council has promised to convene a so-called APRN advisory committee if the bill passes. They're shutting us down now. I have serious concerns that they plan to include us later, and I'd like to point you to page 29 of the bill, section 2, which says we recommend an advisory committee. It's not codified language. A well-constructed compact could enhance licensure uniformity and portability across state lines to increase the APRN workforce. We support reciprocity. We support license portability. We cannot support this compact. As you've heard, I therefore ask for an unfavorable report, and thank you for your time.
Who's next?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for your time today. My name is Dr. Claire Bodie. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Maryland School of Nursing in the Family Nurse Practitioner program. I also work 1 day a week as a nurse practitioner in primary care. One problem with the current bill is it will increase the administrative burden on the Maryland Board of Nursing, which is already overwhelmed with administrative tasks. Nurse practitioners and healthcare organizations are left frustrated as they wait for nurse practitioners to be licensed. Under this compact, the Maryland Board of Nursing will also be responsible for tracking Maryland Advanced Practice Registered Nurses' hours to ensure that they may be eligible for the compact. Also, in their 2023 fiscal report, the Maryland Board of Nursing received 1,210 new complaints against licensees. At the end of fiscal year 2023, this now totals 6,269 cases. Licensees who are under investigation are often unable to work until the complaint is resolved. This results in denying medical residents, your constituents, access to care. The Board of Nursing will be notified if an advanced practice licensee has a complaint from a party state in the compact and will need to track these complaints. These are additional burdens of licensing and investigation requirements that are being placed on an already overburdened Maryland Board of Nursing. Thank you for your consideration. I request that you vote unfavorable on this bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lindsay Ward, and I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner living and working in Anne Arundel County. I am testifying today as the president of the Maryland Chesapeake chapter of the National Association of Pediatric Nurse Practitioners in opposition to SB 359. In addition to the concerns already outlined in our opposition letter, this version of the APRN compact does not address prescribing controlled medications across state lines. Some states allow APRNs to prescribe medications independently. Some require a collaborative relationship with a physician, and some states do not allow APRNs to prescribe certain medications at all, including ADHD medicines. I have several patients attending college out of state that have managed their chronic and mental health issues, including ADHD. If this version of the compact is adopted, I would be able to see those patients across state lines, but I may not be able to treat them for certain issues, including ADHD, as the medicine is considered a controlled substance. We prescribe these medications daily. If I cannot prescribe the treatment the patient needs, the patient would bear the burden of finding another provider in their current state that accepts them as a new patient, accepts their insurance, and will continue to their care. In addition to creating barriers, this also disrupts continuity of care in a significant transitional time of a young adult's life. A well-developed compact that addresses prescribing all of these medications across state lines is essential. As previously mentioned, this legislation cannot be amended. If it could, we would be the first to offer amendments. We want a compact that will address the concerns and needs of all APRNs and the patients we care for. Do not be convinced that you must pass the APRN compact now. It will not take effect until 7 states pass it and only 4 have. We want the authors of the APRN compact to improve the provisions to address the problems stated. I respectfully ask for unfavorable report.
Thank you. Janet, I want to go back to you. I'm confused about the 2080 hours, which is 1 year. And now advanced practice nurses have a year and a half of mentorship.
Sure, I can clarify that. In the state of Maryland, new graduate or rather APRNs who have never been certified to practice as a nurse practitioner in Maryland or another state, upon their initial application for certification, The law says the requirement is that they name a mentor. The mentor has to be a licensed physician or nurse practitioner in Maryland who has had 3 years of experience. Name a mentor who's available to them for 18 months. So there's nothing that requires any hours. It's merely naming a mentor.
What does the 2080 hours require?
The 2080 hours is something in the compact that will require new graduate or never before certified APRNs have to work and have work experience for 2080 hours before they are eligible to apply for a multi-state APRN license should a compact become active.
So they would be able to do the duties in Maryland of an APRN, but they couldn't apply for multi-state.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Senator Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Janet Selway.
Yeah.
Are you a nurse practitioner?
I'm an adult gerontology and a pediatric nurse practitioner.
Got you. So you were invited by the Nurse Practitioners of Maryland?
I'm sorry, I
Were
couldn't.
you invited by the Nurse Practitioners of Maryland?
Well, I'm a
Were
member.
you invited here today by the Nurse Practitioners of Maryland?
I'm a member of the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland's
I
Legislative
got you.
Committee,
The
so that's why
question-
I'm
the
here
que-
today.
Just to the question, it's just yes and no. Were you invited here today by the Nurse Practitioners of Maryland? I got you.
chose to come here.
Never mind, I got it. I think it was Kathy Ware.
Yes.
Ms. Ware, were you invited here by the Nurse Practitioners? of
Yes.
Maryland? Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. And I like to give credit where credit is due because you guys work too hard to be here. I think it's Dr. Bold.
It's Bodie.
Bodie, yes, ma'am. You were invited here by the nurse.
I was not
practitioners.
invited. I chose to come and testify for the Nurse Practitioners Association of Maryland.
Excellent.
I am
Thank
the
you so
chair
very
of the
much. Ms.
Legislative
Ward,
Committee.
were you invited here by the Nurse Practitioners of Maryland?
No, I am the president of the Maryland
That's
chapter
right,
of the
that-
National Association of Pediatric Nurse Practitioners.
Got
We
it.
are our own organization with over 200 members.
Got you. Thank you. And I did note that and I made a mistake. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you all for your service. I think choosing this practice is, very noble and we understand, that there's many complications. I'm just trying to figure out, I've searched through all of the bill testimony. I've heard through all of the testimony here today. And I've only come up with like 3 organizations so far that's probably opposed to. I'm just searching through all of the information we have, and I just can't find any other organizations other than NASPER. Because I did have one more question though, Ms. Selway. I'm sorry.
Dr.
Doc-
Selway, I
Dr.
worked really
Selway,
hard for
thank
that
you.
degree.
I didn't catch that one. That's right. We have to recognize that hard work. My apologies. No disrespect in that. I promise you. But one of the things in your response to Madam Chair, we noted that new individuals that recently graduated, they're required this 18-month mentorship. But up to a year, they won't be provided the opportunity to really, practice cross state lines or whatever. But is it true that individuals that are out of state that are part of the compact, we will be afforded the opportunity to benefit from their skills here in state?
What I would say is if the compact passes as written, nurse practitioners who choose to have a multi-state license as an APRN in any state will have to work 2080 hours in their home state before they can have a multi-state license. So
Understood that. So that's for the new ones. But what about the nurse practitioners who have that 2080 hours who are out of state, who want to practice and give assistance to us here in Maryland? Will they be able to provide that service?
are you talking about if the compact is passed?
Yes, ma'am.
So if the compact is passed as written, they would have to work 2080 hours, get
Yes.
that
So-
experience
so we covered-
before they could get a multi-state license and come here. Could they get a single state license and come here? Yes, they could.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
It's very
Thank you to
complicated.
this panel. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Reed, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm kind of curious about this because I really like the idea of compacts and reciprocity. And I recognize the concerns that you all have had and look for a lot of the material. It also seems like a lot of the other professional organizations really want to do this that are involved in nursing. And so I'm trying to figure out how to square the circle, so to speak. There was something I didn't get a chance to ask the other panel, but is there, if you have current patients that come here from Delaware, you can serve them in your Maryland practice, or from Virginia or Pennsylvania, depending on where you are in the state. You can serve them in the practice now in your practice.
If they come
Dr.
here to
Bodie?
Maryland, if they come to my office seeking
Mhm.
care, yes. I cannot serve them with a telehealth appointment in their own state.
Would this compact, and this is at your testimony, but I mean, would this compact mess with that ability for someone from Delaware or another state to
To come be
here?
a patient with me?
No.
No, it would not.
Okay. But the concern you all have is that it's gonna is there a concern? I'm trying to understand the 20-80 hours. I'm trying to be sure I understand.
Well, so it's often compared to the RN license.
Okay.
I will tell you this, my RN license is a compact license. It was not voluntary. When I renewed my license, I'm old, been a nurse practitioner for more than 40 years. So there was no compact when I took an exam and became a registered nurse. When it became a compact, when I renewed, my
You had to
license
get-
is a compact. I did nothing. New graduates from a registered nurse program, regardless of the program who come to register in the state of Maryland, when they get their license, it's a compact license. They can go to Virginia, not DC, but they can go to Virginia.
So your objection, I'm speaking for yourself, one of your objections dealing with the 2080 is that now, unlike a lot of other compacts, this one will require you to do 2080 additional to get the compact
To
license.
even get the compact. So it says that as a nurse, as a new graduate nurse practitioner, while I'm able to have a compact as a registered nurse, I can't for a year with the APRN compact. But
So
I can practice here.
Could I just ask anybody on the panel, if that was not an issue, would there be all of this opposition from your organizations? I don't want to get in trouble with anybody on either side yelling at me. But I mean, I recognize, nurse practitioners spans a lot of folks. So, I mean, is that maybe the main objection here? I know there's some others, but can I and this is my last question, Madam Chair, thank you.
I mean, from what I've read in the literature, that is one of the major objections. I can't speak for other organizations. I can
Understood.
tell you 6 national nurse practitioner organizations oppose this compact.
On those, is that the reason, do you think? Is that?
That's one of
main-
the major reasons. That and the limit, because they won't provide for controlled substance prescribing. Those are 2 of the major issues.
Right, but I understand that we don't want the compact to go into saying you can do controlled dangerous substance in other states, because that definitely is something. But I think the 2080, I'm just wondering if there's opportunity to work on that. Okay, thank you very much.
We tried.
We tried. Thank you. Now we have more questions.
Just a very quick
Senator
question.
Klossmeyer.
If you don't know the answer, I'll contact the board. How many nurse practitioners are in the state of Maryland?
You don't have to ask. I don't have an exact
Okay,
number.
So
Oh, yeah, I
I'll
can-
contact the board.
Thank
How
you.
many are in your organization?
We have over 800 in our organization.
Well, could that mean 900 or
It
800?
could be 801 or it
Okay,
could be
okay,
800.
that's fine.
It's a little fluid because people join and
Yeah,
then
okay.
people retire.
That's fine. Okay, thank you.
So that ends this panel. Thank you all very much. And we
Thank you.
have.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have virtually Christopher Arnold first, I guess, and he's favorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christopher Arnold, Office of the Secretary of Defense. In a time when military families face constant relocations and unique health challenges, interstate compacts offer a beacon of stability and excellence in healthcare, reinforcing Maryland's unwavering commitment to those who serve our nation. To the Department of Defense, maintaining high standards in healthcare is non-negotiable, and the APRN compact can be seen as aligning with that ethos. On January 5th, 2023, the President signed the Veterans Auto Education and Improvement Act, which allows for recognition of out-of-state licenses. The law specifically states that occupational licensure compacts, such as the APNRC, are prioritized within the federal provision. Additionally, while Maryland's licensing agencies are now required to recognize out-of-state licenses as valid for the duration of a military spouse's residency, Maryland's employers are not. For military families, the ability to practice in different states without the need for multiple state licenses is crucial, especially considering frequent locations and deployments. Obtaining a license in a new state can be both time-consuming and expensive, and military spouses often cannot adequately anticipate how to prepare for licensure in a new state due to the unpredictable nature of military moves. Federal law requires the military departments to consider the quality of healthcare near bases and whether interstate agreements to facilitate multi-state licensure are available for military families when evaluating quality of life during the strategic basing process. This is because there is no law that Maryland can pass to assist Maryland residents stationed in other states with obtaining a license, except for a compact. The compact not only enables active duty military spouses to practice to the full extent of their education and training, but all practitioners of the occupation who benefit from the mobility provided through compacts while sustaining the focus on assuring public safety through licensure. Reciprocal licensure regimes are insufficient to meet the needs of military spouses, and as liaison to the Mid-Atlantic region, I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
And I fully expect a question from Senator Guile.
Hi, Mr. Arnold. How are you?
Hi, Senator. My wife has the good computer today, so I'm sort of.
It's good to it's good. It's good to see you. There was some testimony earlier that the amendments to the Service Member Civil Relief Act should solve all these issues with respect to military spouse licensing. Why is that not solving every issue? And why are you here testifying in support of the compact if that Service Member Civil Relief Act amendments should effectively solve the problem of military spouse licensing?
Thank you, Senator, for that excellent question. And as you likely are aware, federal law also required the Department of Defense to enter into a cooperative agreement with the Council of State Governments to develop interstate licensing compacts. We've unveiled 7 so far, such as the Social Work Compact, which you heard earlier. And I'm sorry, I was on another committee hearing, so I wasn't able to speak favorably there. But there's consistent evidence that the multi-state licensure model has significantly improved employment outcomes for nurses married to military personnel, increasing labor force participation by 5%, the probability of employment by 8%. And while we certainly appreciate the actions of Congress to provide for license recognition, if you read that provision, it states that interstate compacts control. So the Congress is expressing its preference to states that we want you to facilitate portability through compacts. It then requires states to recognize out-of-state licenses, but it makes no provisions for employers to have to accept an out-of-state license. So what we've heard from spouses is that, great, you know, the state recognizes my out-of-state license, but when I go apply for a job, the employer still wants me to obtain a Maryland state license. And similarly for accreditation, accreditors, insurers, wants you to obtain that state-specific license. So if a Maryland resident is serving in Colorado right now, there's no law you can pass that can help them other than an interstate licensing compact.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. When you said accreditors or accreditation, we heard testimony earlier about JACO not recognizing certain letters of recognition of certain out-of-state licensing. Is that what you meant by the among other, I'm sure, accrediting entities, but that's one, for example. Yes.
Roger that. Yeah, Captain Nash, I think, can speak more precisely to that. I cover 7 states, and I have, you know, acronym soup in terms of the regulatory models. I come from New York, where the boards are fully advisory. We have a central licensing agency that's responsible for everything. Maryland has boards that are fully autonomous, and a spouse is not going to know, coming from New York to Maryland, that they even have to go to a board to obtain a license, which is why our optimal end state for portability is a compact, because there's nothing they need to do. They can travel from point A to point B with 100% family agility and not need to apply for anything. Their license is good, their insurance is good, their accreditation is good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have any other questions for Mr. Arnold? Thank you for being with us today. Next, virtually, I have Ashley Shu, and she is unfavorable.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ashley Hsu. I am the State Government Affairs Director for AANP, which is the American Association of Nurse Practitioners. AANP is the largest membership organization for nurse practitioners in the nation, and there are approximately 7,000 nurse practitioners in Maryland who represent 75% of the state's entire APRN workforce. AANP stands with our colleagues at the Nurse Practitioner Association of Maryland as a fellow member of the NP Roundtable, which represents multiple state and national NP associations, and our individual Maryland NP members to respectfully ask the committee to hold on advancing this bill. AANP is supportive of the intent behind an APRN compact. Unfortunately, the version in SB 359 retains key challenges in the core framework that needs significant reconsideration. The strength of any compact comes from a substantial number of states participating, and AANP hears from individual NP members and other state nurse practitioner associations that share the view that there are serious unresolved issues that remain in this version, which are described in greater detail in our written testimony. These problematic elements require changes that cannot be achieved by individual state amendments. AANP and other associations are proposing revisions to the underlying compact language to meaningfully reconcile these outstanding concerns. When incorporated, those refinements would strengthen this compact toward our shared goal of improved licensure portability. We respectfully ask the committee to allow the APRN community the time we need to make those changes and improvements and reintroduce a revised compact in a future Maryland session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Do I have any questions for this witness? Thank you, Ashley. You are the final witness for today. Senator, thank you for that bill.
Anytime, man.
That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 359. And next we have Senator Augustine for 3 bills. The first one of which is Senate Bill 175, State Board of Examiners in Optometry Criminal History Records Check. Thank you, Senator. You can begin. Do you have a panel with you?
I should have one member here for 175.
Ms. Sheka Bunyan?
Yeah,
Bunyan?
be here.
She's virtual. She's here. She's virtual.
Okay, virtual.
That's great.
Very good.
Thank you. You can begin when you're ready. You
All right.
have as
Thank
much
you.
time as you need, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 175, State Board of Examiners in Optometry and Criminal History Records Check. Colleagues, this bill really puts the Board of Optometry in line with many of the other boards where they are using a criminal history check. Again, most of the boards already have this. It's a pretty straightforward departmental, request really that was asked that will allow them to look at the criminal history and then also use the FBI Rat-Back program. You should have received a couple of amendments. The first one just really clarifies that this is concerned with the initial year that this is for, that they're doing this background check on, so that we'll just make sure that that's what it really is dealing with, is the first, as sort of like an initial, and that we're not having to repeat this over and over and over again. And then the second amendment basically just says that in keeping with like the other boards, it just provides some guardrails onto how that criminal history and record would be utilized. And pretty much that is the extent of the bill, and I'd ask for a favorable report as amended.
Thank you, Senator, and we'll hear from your witness, Ms. Bunyan. Dr. Bunyan, thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair, Senator Augustine, members of the Finance Committee, and all those in attendance today. I am Dr. Mashika Bunyan, former chair of the Maryland Board of Examiners in Optometry, past Regional 1 trustee of the National Optometric Association, and co-owner of Special Eye Care in Prince George's County, Maryland. I've served on the board for 8 years and have practiced as an optometrist in Prince George's County since 1999. Just to give you a little background, the Maryland Board of Examiners in Optometry is responsible for licensing optometrists in the state, regulating the practice of optometry, investigating alleged violations of the law, and taking disciplinary action. In general, to qualify for a license, an applicant must be of good moral character. They must be at least 18 years old, must meet certain educational criteria, and pass an exam given by the board. Most of Maryland's health occupations boards currently require a state criminal history records check, either as part of the admissions process for admittance to academic institutions or as part of the health occupations board's licensure process. The Maryland Board of Optometry currently does not require a background check. Myself and the current board members believes that this legislation serves as a safeguard in protecting the public, provides some peace of mind that optometrists have submitted to a criminal background check, and that this legislation is a nominal measure for the privilege to practice optometry in Maryland. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do I have any questions for the sponsor or this witness? No questions.
Okay.
That's an easy one. Thank you, Senator.
These other two aren't going to be as easy, unfortunately.
So
All right.
that ends the hearing on Senate Bill
Oh, yeah.
175. And now we'll do Senate Bill 124,
Okay,
Maryland Medical Assistance Program and Health Insurance.
all right.
And I think you have Shatika Blount and
Shatia.
Ann Seacott to come to the table as a panel. Oh, that looks like,
Depends. Come on up. They're the folks from the Department of Health, are they here? No? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, come on up. Sure. I'm mixing them up. I got two different bills
Jake
going on
Whitaker.
here. That's all right. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine.
okay.
All right.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 124, Maryland Medical Assistance Program and Health Insurance Annual Behavioral Health Wellness Visits Coverage and Reimbursement. Colleagues, I presented this piece of legislation to you all last year, so it will be new for Senator Washington. But for the rest of you, basically what this piece of legislation does is it establishes a well visit similar to what our physicals are. So, each year we have a physical, we go in the physical is there. There is no cost sharing. We just know like you go and they are checking out your physical body and everything else. But, we should do the same thing for our mental health. And that's what this bill does. This bill basically says, let's also create a preventive place for a behavioral health well visit. Now, the reason why that's also important is as many of you all know, we're in the midst of a significant behavioral health crisis in our country. It's ongoing. It's very, very challenging. There are cultural challenges associated with it as well. So people are having trouble getting access to care. They're having trouble really being able to identify what concerns and things that are out there. But there's also a real stigma remains that's associated with mental health, mental illness, substance use, and substance abuse. So the concept here is that let's treat this no different than we treat a physical. Okay. This is also really kind of subject of the Parity Act. Again, I'll be back later on with you all about the Parity Act, which says that we should treat physical health in the exact same manner that we treat behavioral health. So this is kind of in keeping with that as well. Now, when I came to you all with this piece of legislation last year, it had only been implemented in Colorado, and they were kind of getting themselves off the ground on that. Well, now it's been extended now to Colorado, Massachusetts, Delaware, Connecticut, and Illinois. They're identifying the fact that this behavioral health crisis that we have really does call for there to be a pretty specific intervention or opportunity for preventive on the behavioral health side. You will likely hear, or rather I know that you'll hear from the carriers and some of the on the carrier side, they'll talk a little bit about the fact that we passed last year the collaborative care model, which I'm very supportive of, obviously. I mean, and basically the way the collaborative care model works is in the primary care setting, which again, very important. You're there for a physical, that there is a care, there is a coordinator with behavioral health who is there, but it's a coordinator. It's a coordinator, someone who could kind of coordinate care. They will have other team members who are a part of it, like a psychiatrist is also supposed to be a part of it. And this is in our Medicaid, by the way. This is not in the private insurance, which this applies to as well. And so but the thing is, and I'm very supportive of that, I really am. But what this is having someone who, this is they are exclusively, by definition that's in the bill, someone who is strictly a behavioral health specialist. Like that's what they do. Like this is what they do. And they're able to identify things that, perhaps the primary is not necessarily going to be able to see, or are they going to have that amount of time that's spent for that. Now, coming out of last year, there was a request out of this committee to ask the Healthcare Commission to go and take a look at this. There were some questions about the costs that would be associated with this. And I would just ask you all, I mean, the report that they did, I thought was outstanding. I did submit it to your, as testimony that was done by the Healthcare Commission, by the Accent Health Partners. And in it, they really do walk through basically the importance of this bill. They also do talk about the costs associated with it, and that the costs, the additional costs, are really nominal of this, which was one of the real significant conversations last year of concern. Really was the cost that was associated with the with providing this well visit. And so, colleagues, I have here the panel of folks who are going to talk a little bit about the importance of this, including we have MHA here. You also do have in your written testimony support from the MedChi, Maryland Mental Health Association, amongst others. This is good for Marylanders. It's good policy for Marylanders. What it says is that let's not wait until after something has occurred. Let's also not force the practitioners right now, when they do have these things, to have to be forced to put a diagnosis on there, because that's what happens right now. So like right now, if in order for someone to get this visit and for them to get reimbursed, they got to put a diagnosis down. They got to put down like, well, this person has anxiety or this person has some condition. We don't do that when we go for our physical. We don't do that. We don't say that, oh, if you go to the physical, you got to say, I got a broken arm. No, I don't have a broken arm, but you should check for it. You should check to see if I've got hypertension. You don't know if I have hypertension. Well, I do, but that's a separate issue. Separate issue. But it's an important one, right? Because I went to my physical and they were like, Malcolm, you got hypertension. Now, I couldn't do that from just walking around or whatever. And and that was a preventive thing that happened in that physical. So it's the same thing over here, where in the behavioral health space, let's do the same thing. Let's say, hey, listen, you go in there, you talk to the person. If everything is good, that's great. Same thing that happens in your physical. And that's what we want. But if there are some issues and things that we want to identify them early, so we have better health outcomes for folks, like we're always trying to do. And that's really what this bill attempts to do, colleagues. And so I'm going to ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 124. Thank you.
Go ahead, go next.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair. I am Dr. Shatia Blunt, and I'm here on behalf of I Am Me, my private psychotherapy practice focused on elevating Black mental health. And as a prevention scientist and licensed clinical social worker practicing psychotherapy in Maryland, I bring a unique perspective to underscore a concerning aspect of our current healthcare system and stand before you in full support of Senate Bill 124. So today I want to emphasize how the current medical necessity and collaborative care models deny behavioral health providers such as myself the opportunity to work in a primary prevention capacity in preventing mental illness. Did you know, I guess you know now, that insurance companies require consumers to be diagnosed with a mental illness in order for therapists to be compensated for an assessment? So this causes ethical issues and ethical dilemmas for us therapists when we have to consider pathologizing something as a mental illness in order to be paid, when a consumer may be having a very normal psychological response to a situation or event, and preventative interventions may be more appropriate at that time. So our current collaborative care models emphasize screenings, which are self-administered questionnaires, oftentimes followed by a referral to a behavioral health provider whom insurance companies view as specialists. While there are specialists in our field, many of us practice as generalists, and we also seek the chance to contribute to preventative mental health care. We want to work toward preventing mental illness, and we want to be compensated by insurance companies for doing so. So this bill recognizes the importance of mental health before mental illness, aligning it with preventative health services for all. Comprehensive behavioral health assessments can identify issues early, reduce stigma, normalize mental health care seeking behavior, and pave the way for cost savings. At the time of this writing, 5 other states have passed similar legislation, providing evidence that this policy is part of a broader national trend. And so with that, I ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Ann Seacott with Public Policy Partners. We have a number of organizations that have submitted testimony in strong support of Senate Bill 124. I want to make 4 quick points, and they are mostly clarifying. One is to explain the difference between a screening and an evaluation. We all know those screenings that happen in a physical, when we get asked about how much we drink and are we sleeping and how much stress do we have in our lives, and those very relevant things. There are also scientifically validated screening tools that can get used. And these are things that take a few minutes, that are usually 3 to 5 questions long. Those are valuable tools, and they are usually done in a primary care setting. And that's all very good. And nothing in this bill prevents that from continuing to happen. There is an evaluation, which is done by an appropriate professional, in this case, a behavioral health professional. It's 45 minutes to an hour, and it goes in depth. And the whole idea is to find out, do you reach the certain levels of certain medical criteria that mean you actually have an issue and you have some kind of disorder, you need additional support. And those are things that often are a result of a screening. You get a referral to someone with greater training to be able to do that full assessment. So I just want to make sure as we talk about this, we understand there's a difference between the two. I also wanted to mention that, you know, this isn't about interfering with any best practices that happen in the primary care setting. This is really something that is an additional option that not everybody's going to take. This isn't forcing anyone to do this annual health visit. It's an option for folks. And the last thing I'll mention is about workforce shortage. I know that there are concerns that this is going to put an additional burden on the workforce. But just like when we do our physicals, and sometimes we have to, you know, have them go months out, for this kind of annual preventative visit, it might be months out, it has to be scheduled. But when I have an emergency, I have access to my provider. And I think that's the same physical and behavioral health. Thank you.
Okay. Jake.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Jake Whitaker, Director of Government Affairs at the Maryland Hospital Association, here to testify in support of Senate Bill 124. More than 200,000 patients enter Maryland emergency departments each year seeking behavioral health services. Maryland hospitals care for everyone who comes to their emergency departments, regardless of their ability to pay. But that said, too many individuals enter ED seeking treatment, often in crisis, simply because they couldn't get the behavioral health services they need in the community. The ongoing behavioral health crisis and lack of services in the community contributes to these avoidable ED admissions. The increase in these avoidable ED admissions adds to ED length of stay issues and makes worse hospital discharge and hospital throughput challenges. So this bill will increase access for insurance coverage and access to critical behavioral health services in the community, which will help folks get behavioral health services early, avoid being in crisis, and avoid unnecessary admissions to the EDs. This bill, like I said, would increase access to these services when they're needed the most. And I want to thank the sponsor for his important work on increasing access to behavioral health services over the last few years and sponsoring this important legislation. And for the aforementioned reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Washington, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the bill, Senator, and you answered a lot of my questions. So thank you. But Kaiser mentioned that I was looking at their testimony, and also I'm a proud member of Kaiser too. But they had some language in there about how it's already covered under a bill that we did in 2023. Can you just speak to that a little bit and how that works?
Yeah, they're referring to collaborative care for Medicaid. I'm not sure if you're on Medicaid, are you? Right, so that's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't apply to non-Medicaid, which does have the collaborative care model. The other thing is that as was tried to describe it, the collaborative care model does provide for an opportunity for the primary care to have a team that's working with them, including this behavioral health kind of care manager who, if it's appropriate, they'll move it on. So that's great. I mean, I was supportive of that. Like I wanted that. This is not that. This is, as Ann was talking about, this is far more extensive in its analysis of a person on their mental health and mental wellness versus an additional 2 or 3 questions that you might get that they're asking, which is fine. I mean, that's good. They should do that, but it's just not going quite as far. I know at my annual physical, it was just like, are you anxious?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Versus really kind of delving into it, spending the time that we really should in order to improve health outcomes.
Got it. And
if you want, Ann can add on it. Yeah.
You did great.
No?
You
All
did
right.
great.
My last question is about the Children's National had a comment in here too, which I thought was interesting, that they wanted to explicitly state that it was adolescents under the ages between ages of 0 to 21 are completely covered. Is that already covered in the bill, or are they just asking for to make sure that it's explicitly stated? They support it, but they just wanted to go a little further, I think.
There's 2 things happening. So it's not a matter of coverage. One piece is the diagnostic piece, right? So in order for someone to have that screening or have the assessment, in order for the provider to be paid, they have to be diagnosed with an illness, right? So in the prevention of it all, there may not actually be an illness there sometimes, which brings up ethical dilemmas. And it also happens when it's done in somatic healthcare and people say I'm anxious and then they get a prescription, right? But there are over 300 behavioral health diagnoses that people like me are trained to acknowledge.
I think what
I'm down for it though. I'm down for it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I think what I'm asking is that they're
Yeah,
they're
we'll
stating
I'm
like
happy
0
to
to
clarify.
21.
Happy to clarify
Yes.
with the children's folks.
Appreciate it, Senator, but I just want to make it clear because they're asking for that 0 to 21 be covered and make sure it's explicitly stated.
Happy to
So,
clarify.
Got it.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I ask the senators, when you ask a question, ask it to one person on the panel?
Yep.
Thank you. Senator Goff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that I guess partly a comment, one thing that I found really persuasive about your testimony was that the concept that you have to give a diagnosis just to give a screening to somebody, which I just think is, I mean, like you said, a compromise of your ethics, responsibilities to give it,
To be paid for it.
in order to be paid for it.
Yeah.
And would this bill also, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure who would be the best person to direct us to, maybe Senator Augustine, that by this bill, you wouldn't need to get a referral then in order
correct.
to get that?
That's
Okay,
right. Just like our physical, like it's the
Right.
exact same. That's the whole point.
right.
So no cost sharing. I mean, that's the whole point, that it would be, again, akin to the way that we have for our physical. It would be a similar well visit, but a comprehensive well visit for behavioral health.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you, Madam Chair.
This is the whole panel speak.
Yes,
Thank you.
we did.
Abigail Snyder, Morgan Mills, and Bob McCullough is the next panel. Thank you. And as soon as you're settled, someone can start.
Sure.
Yeah, it's Tuesday. So I'm missing somebody. There we go. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Chairwoman Beidel, Vice Chair Klossmeyer, and distinguished members of the Finance Committee. My name is Morgan Mills, here today on behalf of NAMI Maryland, and I'm pleased to offer our support for Senate Bill 124, which would require insurers to cover and reimburse annual behavioral health wellness visits. This bill brings parity to existing practice. Many health insurers already cover annual health checkups, so as Senator Augustine said, you go to the doctor, you get your yearly physical, and that's covered by your insurance. It's preventative care. This bill requires that health insurance companies cover the same preventative care as it pertains to behavioral health. NAMI Maryland advocates for effective prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and support for people of all ages that are affected by mental illness. But in order for someone to be treated for mental illness, they must first be made aware of its existence. Conditions go undiagnosed and therefore are left untreated. People with mental illnesses deserve to be diagnosed, treated, and offered services that are needed to achieve and maintain their recovery. There are 781,000 adults in Maryland with a mental health condition. 1 in 6 youth experience a mental health disorder each year. And there are warning signs of mental illness that people commonly miss, ignore, or attribute to other factors in their lives, meaning there are people who are needlessly suffering because they aren't able to or don't speak with a professional about the problem. By requiring insurers to cover these wellness visits, not only are we helping people get diagnosed, we're helping to erase the stigma that surrounds mental health conditions. We're breaking that barrier and encouraging Marylanders to seek help now with the knowledge that their insurance can cover this. This bill not only brings insurance companies into parity by covering behavioral health the same way they would physical health, but this also allows Marylanders the opportunity to have discussions with their providers, get diagnoses, get treatment, and live more fulfilling lives. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Abigail.
Yep. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Abby Snyder, Director of Government Relations for the Baltimore Jewish Council, here today in support of SB 124. The Baltimore Jewish Council represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore and all of its agencies, one of those being Jewish Community Services, which offers programs and services for people of all ages, backgrounds, helping them achieve their goals, enhance their well-being, and maximize their independence. JCS currently provides therapy and medication management to a large population of clients with both commercial and public insurance. These behavioral health intervention services are incredibly helpful in enhancing patient well-being. During 2023, JCS performed over 225 annual behavioral health wellness visits, and we can only imagine how many more we would receive if we knew that patients were comfortable coming because they knew their visit would be covered. 1 in 5 Marylanders suffers from a mental health condition, and as a Jewish community, it's historically been our stance to take on communal responsibility for the vulnerable and underserved. This includes those in poverty, individuals with disabilities, and victims of domestic violence. Many of these individuals need readily accessible, high-quality mental health and behavioral health services. And for these reasons, the Baltimore Jewish Council urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bob McCullough. I serve as Vice President of Clinical Strategy for Kooth, and I'm a licensed clinician with more than 30 years of experience. I'm here this afternoon to testify in favor of Senate Bill 124, which would require the Maryland Medical Assistance Program and other health insurers to provide coverage for annual behavioral health wellness visits. With more than 20 years of experience in the digital behavioral health space, Kooth's digital platform is available to more than 20 million youth and young people throughout the states of Pennsylvania, Kentucky, California, as well as the United Kingdom. Through our many years in the youth behavioral health space, we know that early identification and prevention is the key to supporting youth with the right services at the right time. By providing annual behavioral health wellness visits, supports can be provided regardless of acuity and meet the youth actually where they are on their journey. These supports can include digital self-guided paths, moderated peer communities, and quick access to licensed clinicians through chat sessions. We believe the bill before you today is a solid foundation to to promote behavioral health. And we thank you for your time and attention today, and I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. Do I have any questions from the committee for this panel? I don't see any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have two unfavorables, Tricia Swanson and Matthew Celentano.
Okay.
Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tricia Swanson, and I'm here on behalf of Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Ironically, the sponsor panel took many of my talking points. I think that we are in agreement of the outcomes of this bill and the intent of this bill, that we want everyone to be able to access the mental health services that they need. Ms. Seacott did a fantastic job kind of laying out that screening process. That's what we believe is best practice. When you go to your PCP, I went to mine for my annual visit about a month ago, and she asked me about my stress levels, and she wasn't happy with the answer. But we had a couple of minutes to talk about how I was managing stress, if I felt like I needed to talk to someone. And we believe that that is best case scenario. I did also want to highlight, and I'm happy to talk to the sponsor and his panel about this, but when the issue of diagnoses came up in the House hearing, so I went and asked someone at Care First, and he told me that they can get a provisional diagnosis based on symptoms shown without having an official diagnosis. So I'm not an expert in this at all. I'm happy to kind of dig into that a little bit more. But I know that that was something that came up in the House hearing that I wanted to make sure I addressed here. And I think, as they addressed some or talked about some of our concerns, but our main concern with this is the shortage of behavioral health care providers. And we have a concern that this bill would potentially open up the floodgates for people to go and access these. And a majority of people don't need kind of the deep, in-depth behavioral health services that we're talking about. And we don't want to keep individuals who really need those services unable to access it, because there might potentially be a 3-month wait that some of us have with our PCP. We also think that this might be something that the commission that you guys passed last year could potentially look at. That commission is charged with looking at gaps in the behavioral health continuum. And it sounds like some people are having that great PCP experience with the handoff and others aren't. So we think that might be something for the commission to look at. And so respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Matt Celentano here today on behalf of the League of Life and Health Insurers in opposition to Senate Bill 124. Conceptually, we are very supportive of this effort, as we want beneficiaries to access their behavioral health services. But in a lot of ways, this is already happening. It's our understanding that the Department of Health has said that the MCOs are already in compliance with how this bill is drafted. Medicare beneficiaries are required to have a screening incorporated into their primary care visits. And Marylanders going to their no-cost annual wellness visits are already being screened for behavioral health challenges. And if they are identified to have something that is sort of a red flag, they're referred to a behavioral health specialist. This committee has spoken for years about removing the stigma around behavioral health, and to separate this screening in this legislation, we think is a backward step. We want to keep the primary care visit as a way to cover your whole self. This concern was raised by the MHCC commissioners and the chairman during their deliberations on this bill in the interim, and they didn't recommend moving forward with this legislation to separate the two approaches. Like my colleague said, our other hesitancy on this bill is that the committee obviously knows we have a tremendous behavioral health provider shortage. And if we're going to have a separate behavioral health wellness visit, there's going to be an influx of patients that are looking for care. We're concerned we won't have the providers to be able to cover it. This is, to us, is further reason to ensure that the behavioral health screening happens within the existing framework of your annual primary care visit and following the best practices. For these reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Senator Kyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tricia, when you said the provisional diagnosis you can be given, what's a provisional diagnosis?
It's not an official, and I need to circle back on this because I just asked and just got a response. But as I understand it, it's you can still get reimbursed under it, but it doesn't have like a specific attached diagnosis to it. Matt, I don't know if you can.
A symptom can be a diagnosis. So that sort of contrasts with what we heard from some of the proponents.
Okay. When you, outside of the realm of behavioral health or like provisional diagnosis, like diagnoses used for like somatic type symptoms or anything like that? Yeah.
every visit that you that you go to either is going to have a diagnosis or a provisional diagnosis. And so this would
Okay.
have a similar.
And just one more question. So but if you go to like a regular annual physical or something, you don't need a provisional diagnosis or
There is-
symptoms for that, do you?
There is a diagnosis that's tagged to your annual health or your annual somatic wellness screening.
What is that?
I don't know the exact, but I'll get that information and send it around. But to be reimbursed, even for the somatic physical health, there has to be a diagnosis attached to that visit. So everything gets a diagnosis.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
I was just gonna say, fortunately, I think in our primary care visits, we've made tremendous progress here. I can say from personal experience, in my 12-year-old's pediatrician wellness visit 2 or 3 weeks ago, they asked us if we'd be comfortable stepping out the room to ask her a bunch of questions about their mental health.
Mhm.
That brings up a whole other kind of questions about parenting, but I think that it is best practice at this point for a primary care physician to ask about everything about your whole body.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Finishes this panel. I see no other questions. Next we have Ashley Toller virtually. She's in favor.
Hello, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Ashley Toller. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Associate with Maryland Coalition of Families. We are testifying today in support of Senate Bill 124. Submitted is also our written testimony. I have a couple examples I would like to provide from our families. A mother had contacted our services for support. We were her first contact she had ever reached out to for her son's behavior issues, such as destruction of property, aggression towards siblings and parents, and substance use. An annual behavioral health wellness visit may have been beneficial for this family in getting the services they needed sooner without the fear of having a mental health diagnosis at the initial visit with their physician. Also, a mother who has a mental health condition, along with her son, expressed how an annual behavioral health wellness visit would have been beneficial in early detection of her mental illness, as her family was unaware of the signs and what to look for when it came to mental health. A qualified mental health physician who would provide these services is trained and educated to recognize signs of mental health and substance use disorder, and would be able to provide early detection and intervention, as well as connecting individuals to resources that they may need. An annual behavioral health wellness visit can help to normalize behavioral health wellness and bring more awareness to the importance of taking care of your mental health like you would your physical health. I urge the committee for a favorable vote, and thank you for letting me testify today. And that is all.
Do I have any questions for this witness? No questions. Ashley, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. That ends the hearing on Senate Bill 124. And our final bill of the day, thank you, Senator Augustine, Senate Bill 18, Health Occupations Pharmacist Administration of Vaccines. Do you have a panel you'd like to bring up?
Yeah. No, yep. Okay, very good. All right. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Senator Malcolm Augustine here on behalf of Senate Bill 18, Health Occupations Pharmacist Administration of Vaccines. As I said with the last bill, you all heard this last year, so this is new only for Senator Washington, who was not in the committee here last year. Well, you're new. Aren't you pleased to be here? Yes, I know you are. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Take it. So basically, just in a nutshell, I mean, since the pandemic, we have, based on that emergency, we wanted to make sure that there was access to folks being able to get vaccines, particularly our young folks to be able to get vaccines. And so we opened it up such that they would be able to do so at pharmacies. This continues now. This continues today. That is the case. And it's happened. It's been going on, for the last 4 years and has been basically offering an additional access point for people to be able to access, the ability to get vaccines. Now, the reason why this bill resonates with me is because, there are times when my constituents who have young children, they will reach out on Nextdoor. I'll see them on Nextdoor, like, I don't know what to do. I can't find a pediatrician. I miss the, I miss where the schools had this thing in order for them to get the kids vaccinated to go back to school. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And invariably they'll find that they can actually go to a pharmacy and be able to get vaccines such that their kids can then be able to go back into school. So because they have to have those vaccinations in order to be able to go into school. I've heard this story a number of times. And the thing is, for me, it's just like, that just makes sense, right? Such that we would be able to have this access point for young folks to be able to do it and to be able to get there. What I want to direct you all to within this and within the testimony is that there was a study of this that was done, and it was based on House Bill 1040 / Senate Bill 736 from 2021, where the Department of Health studied the efficacy of administration of children's vaccines at the pharmacies. And the long and short of it is that the Department of Health came to the conclusion that this was good for access, it was safe, and it made sense. And so they support making permanent what right now is temporary, which would allow for us, if the federal government were to change, basically lift what they've done right now, that would allow for us to maintain and keep this access for the folks here in Maryland. Now, last year we came in here with it being from 3 and up. That was the age that we put in there. And there was you all over here, y'all heard some of the objections that came from the pediatricians who were concerned about the impact that it could have on well visits for very young children. And so, although, just to be very clear, the number of well visits are up, just so that you understand that as far as the pediatricians go. But with that understood, this year, we're not coming in at 3, we're coming in at 5, which then would allow for those visits that the pediatricians talked about being so important. Those 3-year-olds and those 3-year-old visits, Senator Washington, you'll soon be there. He doesn't want me to call him out, so I'm gonna keep calling him out now. When you get there soon enough, they're gonna get in there and they're gonna do those developmental things. Like, as I recall, I remember when my youngest was there, she was making these kind of strange movements and stuff like that. We took her to a pediatrician and they were like, nah, she's just kind of growing up. It's gonna be okay. But that well visit is important for development and stuff like that. And so this year we did move it up from the 3 years old to the 5 years old, such that the youngsters will be able to go to that. Now, when I looked into those different well visits, and I looked at what they were screening for, what they were looking at from the American Academy of Pediatrics, it was pretty consistent from year to year to year. So 5 should be fine, okay? Such that we're providing access for folks to care at that point. And Madam Chair, I did also look into the VFC, which was the Vaccine for Children program. And what I learned is that there actually isn't a requirement to participate in that, even for if you are a pediatrician, you don't take Medicaid, you're not necessarily going to take, this Vaccine for Children as a program necessarily. And there are only a few places where right now a pharmacy can do it. There were some changes that would allow for that, but I mean, it doesn't appear as though there is a requirement on either side. So I don't think it would really make sense to create requirements for anyone when right now there isn't, even though folks who are participants in Medicaid, many of them are, but it's not like they are absolutely required for that. The other thing that I saw in the testimony, which I was a little bit surprised by, and I just is that the Office of the Attorney General came out, the Consumer Protection Division, they came out with a letter of concern. I only saw it this morning, but when I saw it, I called them to understand sort of like, well, where is this coming from? Like this letter of concern. They had not seen the fact that the Department of Health was favorable on the bill. They had not seen the report that they had generated, which I then shared with them. And so I would expect that you will hear from the Office of the Attorney General with some revision because they said they didn't know about sort of like the amount of analysis and study that the department had done with regard to this bill. So colleagues, with that, I will ask for a favorable report on Senate Bill 18 and happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Senator, let's finish your panel and then we'll have questions.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members of the committee. My name is Sarah Price, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Chain Drugstores in strong support of this legislation. You have our detailed written testimony, and you've seen the report from the Department of Health, which answers all of the questions that came up on this bill in 2021. As the sponsor noted, we have amended the bill to address concerns about age, and we continue to require pharmacists to emphasize the importance of well visits and to refer patients to pediatricians when appropriate. We know that there are concerns about pharmacy workforce, and the legislature has already started to take steps to address this. Last year, you passed a law allowing pharmacy technicians to immunize adults and allowing them to do some non-clinical work through telework. And just last month, regulations went into effect for validated pharmacy techs to perform some product verifications. Some chain pharmacies utilize a central fill system and are developing additional technologies for automation. And all of this is working to help relieve some of the in-store pressure on pharmacists. I do want to say, I think the elephant in the room on workforce is the continued problem of pharmacists being underpaid for dispensing medications and for providing some of their other authorized services. So if the legislature were to address those issues, I think that would absolutely have a positive impact on the workforce problem that we're seeing. Ultimately, this bill has always been and continues to be about healthcare access and patient choice. There are no mandates. It doesn't add any new vaccine requirements. And if you don't want to go to the pharmacy, you don't have to. But over half of Maryland's kids do not have a consistent medical home, and 19 of our counties have more pharmacies than pediatricians. Pharmacies have shown that they can provide this service effectively, and we would ask that you please codify this before the federal order expires. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Christine Lee. I own Professional Pharmacy in Rosedale, Maryland. I am a member of Care Co-op. We have 33 pharmacies in the state of Maryland and 103 nationwide. I thought the most impactful part of my testimony today would be to lead you through what happens when a child comes into the pharmacy to receive a vaccine, because I know there's some questions about that. So parents can go online and schedule visits, but also parents can just come into the pharmacy and walk up to the counter and ask to get their child vaccinated currently. And so what happens is they come in. If they are not a patient with us, we collect demographic information. A part of that is to ask who their current pediatrician is. We need that information. I'll get to that in a minute. There is a consent form that a legal guardian or a parent has to fill out and sign if the individual is under the age of 18, and it asks if they're sick today, allergies, past histories with vaccines, and other questions. After that's signed, the pharmacist reviews that consent and prepares the vaccine. The child's called back. Depending on the comfort level of the child and how old the child is and the parent is more than welcome to come back with that child, and the vaccine is administered. Once that vaccine is administered, that information automatically goes to Immunet on a back-end process. So that gets sent overnight. And then that pediatrician is entered into that patient's profile, and a fax is sent to that pediatrician also immediately. So if at that time we find out that that child does not have a care provider, we have that conversation and provide a list of pediatricians in the area and other resources to get that child in for a well visit. Due to lack of time, I do have actual firsthand experience with Vaccine for Children's programs. So if anybody has any additional questions for that one questioning, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you. And I request a favorable report on the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaliyah Horton. I am the Executive Director of the Maryland Pharmacists Association. We're the professional society for pharmacists, student pharmacists, and pharmacy technicians. MPHA is in support of this bill, and we believe that not passing this bill is actually a rollback in services. There's precedent of pharmacists doing this work. This is not new. We've been doing it for several years, as been mentioned by the panel. And this is not an add-on to any sort of workforce conditions. And I would also reiterate that until the General Assembly works to address the Medicaid MCO payment model and reimbursements, there's going to continue to be problems or challenges, I would say, within community pharmacy. But at the same time, you'll likely hear testimony about from opponents saying, oh, pharmacists are just doing this to make more money. And there are articles about pharmacists trying to bring in more vaccinations to bring in revenue for their pharmacies. I'll say one, this bill is about pharmacists, and we are talking about community pharmacies as an access point, but this would allow the scope to be across the pharmacy profession. So it's for pharmacists. And number two, who's to say that pharmacists need to work for free? I think that's really ridiculous, in that pharmacists should be able to work to support public health goals, but also work to support their businesses in their community so that they can be there and be accessible. Because if they're not able to sustain what they do, they're not going to be there. And that's just going to create a bigger problem for our public health. And I'll leave it at that and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Crom, and I'm the Director of the Prevention and Health Promotion Administration with the Maryland Department of Health. And I'm joined today by Dr. David Blythe. He is our Director of Infectious Disease, Epidemiology, and Outbreak Response. We're here today in support of this bill. The significance of vaccination in public health cannot be overstated. Childhood vaccines are one of the most effective public health strategies we have to prevent infections, death, disease, and disability. We also know that the lack of easy access to preventative services like vaccines increases health inequities. Pharmacists have played an important role in enhancing vaccination coverage among children. Since 2020, pharmacists have administered over 12.6 million vaccinations to Maryland residents, including over 1 million to children under the age of 18. During this time, they've demonstrated the ability to safely vaccinate children, even those younger than 5 years of age. They've also shown the ability to provide timely data entry, as referenced earlier, into Immunet without delay. Increasing access is going to make it easier for families to stay up to date with their children's immunization schedules, including those that are required for school. This sort of concept is no different than what we apply when we do our local health department back to school clinics for school related immunizations. This is all about increasing the points of access and options and easing the ability for families to keep their kids up to date with their vaccines. I think everything else we were going to talk about has been covered. So we'll just say that we really appreciate your consideration of this bill and happy to answer any questions.
Dr. White, are you speaking? No, you're just here to answer questions.
Yes.
All right. I see a question from Senator Reedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here. And I thought the testimony was really interesting. I've been looking at this issue a lot, and I've had concerns in the past. I do agree it's better at 5 than 3, but I wondered if I could talk to first a general question, and anybody on the panel can answer this. Vaccinations, what is the state of insurance covering them when they're done at a pharmacy? Does insurance currently cover vaccines at pharmacies? Generally speaking.
Yes.
Okay. So somebody coming in with go ahead.
So commercial insurance, yes. State of employees, yes. Medicare, yes.
Okay.
Vaccine for children. So if they are in Medicaid, then no, I cannot currently, although I have tried to become a provider, I am not a provider currently in vaccine for children. So it is not covered. During the pandemic, it was because the vaccine was provided to us for COVID.
But not other vaccines.
but not other vaccines.
And this is
no.
about all vaccines, right?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
And so if they had gone to their primary care, would it have been covered? I'm not trying to trick, I'm just.
No, if they were a part of the Vaccine for Children's program. So the Vaccine for Children's program is struggling nationally.
Okay.
They're struggling getting providers. So there is a push nationally to get more pharmacists connected into this program. It has been a very slow process.
A lot of clinics, which I know are not accessible to everybody, there's a lot of clinics that usually are part of VCF, right?
Clinics as in like the state
Yeah, like
Department of Health.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
yes.
even nonprofit type clinics, like, yeah.
Well, I can briefly speak to the Vaccines for Children's program, which is it's a federal entitlement, federal program, but the Maryland Department of Health manages the Maryland Vaccines for Children
Understood.
program. And we
Yeah.
do have providers throughout the state. We are always trying to increase the number of providers and the access locations, but because particularly in some parts of the state, there are fewer than others.
Okay. So there's an issue with Medicaid then in general about covering vaccines. Okay. When they come in, when someone comes into your pharmacy, I'll stick with you for a minute because you had some good comments. So you first ask them, well, first you say parent guardian with them, obviously. That has to be the case, correct?
Yes.
Number two, you ask about their primary care doctor, but you don't require a prescription right now under the emergency order. You don't have to have a prescription for
For flu and COVID, for all,
for whatever else you have to.
Yeah.
And this bill doesn't change that.
it would change that.
It would change that. Okay, so
Yes.
now we would be not needing a prescription for, because I got, somebody gave me this handy chart of all the different children's vaccines that are, so we wouldn't, if we pass this bill as is, we wouldn't need a prescription for any of these vaccines?
For 5 and up.
For 5 and
Yes.
up. Okay. I mean, there's stuff in here about, okay. If they don't have a primary care doctor and you serve them, and under this bill, let's assume this bill becomes law, you would be giving them not just COVID or flu, but a lot of other vaccines. If they don't have a doctor, what do you try to do to, I'm sure you are trying to get them to get a primary care doctor. What kind of services do you try to, and your employees try to do to
All
help
right.
them?
So I have a community healthcare worker on my team. So I do have the resources to sit with that person and to try to uncover what the barriers are.
Right.
Are they new to the area? Is it that they're underinsured? I mean, there could be a whole host of issues.
Oh, there's no question there can be issues.
But we try to connect them to a physician or a pediatrician in the area. I mean, that's all we can do is provide numbers and
Do you think that's happening at some of the chain stores?
it is required under law
To do what?
to have that conversation to tell them the importance of the wellness visit.
Okay. And this is maybe a broader question here. Maryland is one of from when we look at vaccinations in general, whether it was COVID-19 or childhood vaccines, we're very high on the list of, we have a very high vaccination rate for all the different, well, and to me, the COVID-19 thing is not the same as requiring, kids need their polio vaccine, things like that. Those are actual vaccines that we all agree children need, or most everybody agrees that they need. COVID-19, I think there's a lot of debate about whether you need your 6-year-old to get the COVID-19 vaccine, which is something you should talk over with a primary care doctor, in my opinion, before you would do that. So we have this high vaccination rate though, for all our vaccines. So where is the unmet, I mean, can we talk about the unmet need? Yeah, thank you.
Sure, we do have relative to other states, high vaccination rates for most of the childhood vaccinations. But we can always do better. There are thousands of kids in Maryland who don't have all the required vaccinations for school entry.
Can I ask you, and Madam Chair, I appreciate the latitude to ask some questions. Can I ask you, are you not concerned from a health department perspective about the bypassing, and I don't mean that the intention of this is to bypass primary care doctors at all, but the concern that if we start down this road, we start to get to where fewer and fewer people take the time to really see a primary care doctor. Life's busy especially with multiple kids. I have 2 children. Life gets busy, and the temptation could be to start relying more and more on just going and getting what you think you need. Can you talk about it? I mean, can anybody speak to that from the department? standpoint?
Sure.
Because that is a fear people have, and I think there's some opposition from the medical community based on that. Yeah.
Sure. No, we're not concerned that this opens up that issue. We are really seeing this as, given the importance of childhood vaccinations and what needs to be done to make sure that kids stay up to date with their shots. We want to provide another option to make it easier for those things to happen on a timely way so that kids don't get behind with their shots.
Okay, and Madam Chair, last question. Thank you for the time. Immunet. You're required, all pharmacists are required to upload to Immunet. But I have a study here that was done admittedly it's about 3 years old, but that said that upload to Immunet in 2020 was only 47% from pharmacies. Now, we can all acknowledge there was a lot going on in 2020, but even before 2020, it was below 70%. So again, and this is not trying to impugn anybody's integrity. I'm sure things happen, but a concern that a lot of parents that I've reached out to, I think a lot of us on the committee about this issue is you get people with multiple vaccinations. Maybe they thought they didn't do it and they went and did it, and then they go do another vaccination. So, I mean, that's a concern. I don't know if anybody from the pharmacy side of things could speak to that, but how do we make sure that we get Immunet entered properly? And is it available on weekends? Because I've heard that too, that it's hard to get it on weekends.
I can speak to that. Immunet in the report from the more recent report documents this as well, but for pharmacists, the vaccinations, the time lag between the administration of vaccine to the reporting to Immunet for pharmacies in 2022
has
was
shrunk.
88% of all vaccinations administered by pharmacists were in Immunet within 24 hours, and then 98% within 1 week. And that's actually a little bit higher. We want them all to be in.
You want to be,
as quick as
it's not
possible.
going to be 100%.
That's a little bit higher than with other provider types like physicians, where for physicians, it was 82% within 24 hours. And then I think it's 88% by 7 days. So a little bit of.
I had honestly not seen that report, so thank you. That is good. Okay.
So Senator, the report is in there. I did submit it. It's on page 10. So you can find it right there.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Madam Chair.
I just want to add an example of when parents really need to use the pharmacy. When it's not your child's turn to have the checkup, and yet it's August and you have to get them in school, they've got to have their vaccines before they go to school. If you're brand new to the area, you're trying to get your child enrolled and you don't have a doctor yet, you still need to get your child enrolled. So isn't that so?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right.
Any other questions for this panel? Thank you. Next, we have Pam Casemeyer and favorable with amendment Hallie Sparks. Let's bring both of you up.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer, I'm here on behalf of MedChi, and also we represent the Academy of Pediatrics. You'll hear from my colleague, Christine Krohn, who's speaking specifically with respect to pediatrics. And I want to say we've been having ongoing conversations with the sponsor and the other people going forward on this bill. We are here trying to address the access while still being able to not create unintended consequences or presumptions that don't play out the way it sounds in terms of increased access. So to that extent, we've been working on some amendments, and they're not in your packet because we're still talking and so this may be a little more conceptual to say is we appreciate going to 5. 7 is really where we'd like to see it. The 5 is sort of around the school time, but 5 could be a little early. And 7 allows us to capture a lot of that preschool, all those developmental screenings and those kinds of things. That being said, we also are willing to acknowledge that for the flu and any public health emergency vaccine like COVID, we could actually make the law permanent down to 3. Because I think even, I'd be curious to ask the department, and I will ask them that, when they said there was like over 1 million vaccines given to kids during COVID, I wonder how many of those were COVID and flu, because I think that's often what the families most regularly take to the pharmacy. So we're not adverse to that, but then we'd like to see it bump to 7 instead. Relative to the VFC program, most of the pediatricians, Senator Augustine is exactly correct. It's not mandated for pediatricians, but the vast majority of pediatricians do, and everyone who takes Medicaid is required. Sorry. Yeah, you'll hear more from others.
Hi there, my name is Haley Sparks and I'm a primary care pediatrician in Maryland. I would love to speak to the concerns I have about Immunet, but that's not part of my testimony. Please ask me questions. I'm here because I'm concerned that this bill would harm the health of Maryland's children as currently written. As a pediatrician, I know that vaccines are essential for children's health, and I recognize the significant challenges that families have getting to their pediatrician. But I also know that when children do not come for these visits, their health suffers. I have many such examples, but I want to highlight one child in particular, a new patient I saw last month. She is a 7th grade girl who came to see me for her first primary care visit since age 3. Upon reviewing her medical records, I realized she had received her vaccines from age 3 onwards in other locations, including pharmacies. When she arrived at her visit, I discovered something else. I would not only be her pediatrician, but also the pediatrician to her newborn baby. The father of this baby is in his mid-20s. Additionally, she is unable to read or write. After extended discussions with school officials, mental health professionals, and the patient's family, our office is pursuing concerns for sexual trafficking as well as intellectual disability, which placed her at risk for this sexual exploitation. These are the type of concerns that a pediatrician contends with at the same time as routine immunizations. There are other significant concerns for pharmacists administering childhood vaccinations, including flaws in vaccine reporting. However, when I think of this bill, I think of this child. I think about my lost opportunity for providing her the care that she deserved when entering school, and what could have been had she gone to the pediatrician at age 4, 5, and 6 for those essential school readiness visits. In summary, routine vaccines are a crucial entry point to the pediatrician's office, particularly for children entering school, and I strongly recommend opposing this bill unless amended. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you for your testimony. So this child had never been to a pediatrician.
Age 3 was her last visit, so she was 13.
So so it was because she was getting her immunizations from a pharmacy that she wasn't seeing a pediatrician at all?
Other locations as well. Mom states she went to like a health department for school clinics and drives. Mom has her own mental health concerns and so is struggling. But she perceived that nothing was wrong with her daughter and physically nothing was wrong. So thought she could forego well care because she was getting her immunizations elsewhere. Yes,
So
ma'am.
it was the developmental disability was part of it.
The intellectual disability, I believe, was a significant contributor to many of the things that occurred. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you both. Now we're going to go to the unfavorable. Mark Diamond, Sarah Cusack, Kristen Nugent, Christine Crone. That's the last 4 unfavorables in person. Someone can start as soon as you're settled in. Thank you.
You want to sit?
No,
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Sarah Cusack, and I'm here on behalf of the Love Maryland PAC. I just want to explain why I think 5 is not a good age for this bill. First of all, if you turn 5 in preschool and you go to get your before school shots at a pharmacy, you also need a physical to be admitted into the school, which they cannot provide. And those shots would be the DTaP, the MMR, the polio, the varicella, and if the caregiver decides flu and COVID. That's 6 shots. So one thing that we think this bill would have to address before it is ever ready is a standard of care for infrastructure in pharmacies across the state. Is this child being vaccinated in a metal folding chair with a curtain, as I've heard many adults tell me today? Or are they in a private room with a bed? Because there's a chance 6 shots, I'm also assuming, is shoulders and thighs. So they may need to get undressed. It's just totally inappropriate if the pharmacy does not have the right infrastructure. So I believe all of that would need to be added to the bill. The other things that we would like to see, the trend that we're seeing now, this just happened in California. They passed a lot of legislation regarding pharmacies after they had 5 million recorded prescription errors in their state in a year. They sent out a large survey to their pharmacists and basically found out the pharmacists were saying they did not have time to do assessments before vaccinations or to complete clinical care. 2 of the things that California did that I would like to see in this bill, they prohibited production quotas, and that included vaccinations. So no child in our state should be vaccinated to meet a quota or a financial goal. They should be assessed, and it should be the right intervention for them at that time. California also mandated minimum staffing, and I think that would be very important if we're going to introduce children into this situation.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Kristen Nugent. I am a mom of 3 kids. I've been a nurse for coming up on a 30-year celebration, and I have a master's in healthcare administration and policy. My entire career I've spent focusing on safety. In every clinical role that I have held, that has been kind of the forefront of my entire focus as a clinician. And that brings me to SB 18. Doing some research, once I was first introduced to this bill, I was shocked at the plethora of data that is available to all of you. I included some in my written testimony, but it is truly, I believe, the tip of the iceberg with what we're seeing. I heard other committees testifying about shortage of staff with nurse practitioners and other clinicians. The pharmacy profession, too, is reeling post-COVID for lots of different policy reasons that are too complex to get into today. There are problems in our retail pharmacies, and the thought of allowing our most vulnerable citizens, children at the age of 5, to go into an already broken, chaotic system for a medical treatment, a very important vaccine, is very worrisome to me. And I guess I would ask the committee, with the current knowledge that we have, with the one stroke of the Google key, you have dozens upon dozens of articles telling us that there's a problem. I just don't see how we would want our children in potential harm's way. I see the same thing when I walk into my local pharmacies, the long lines, very stressed pharmacists behind the glass. There's no end to their stress. I don't believe we need to add our children's health and well-being into that equation until pharmacies are fixed. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Christine Crone, here on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. You heard Pam Casemeyer mention some of our proposed amendments that we've been working with the sponsors on. I just wanted to review those very quickly since Pam ran out of time. The Academy opposes Senate Bill 18 unless it's amended. Our written testimony reflects our concerns over the decrease in well child visits, the age, underinsured or Medicaid patients, and then the accuracy of the data in Immunet. Some of our amendments hopefully address some of these concerns, and hopefully the other stakeholders agree. One of our amendments would be to authorize pharmacists to administer the flu and public health emergency vaccines down to age 3, which you heard Pam mention. We would like to see the ability of pharmacists to administer all other vaccines down to age 7, not age 5. Respectfully, age 5 did not come from the American Academy of Pediatrics. We would also like a requirement for pharmacies to display information about the VFC program, the Vaccines for Children program, and give materials to patients under 18 about the program to create awareness. Many of these patients are paying out of pocket. They could be getting these vaccines for free. And lastly, we would like to require MDH to develop materials for pharmacies about joining the VFC program and report annually on how many pharmacies have joined. Thank you.
And Mr. Diamond.
I'm Mark Diamond. I'm a pediatrician. And I want to state, as we all know, vaccines are absolutely vital and the intentions of this bill are good. But that is not the only part of a child's health. A child's health encompasses many things. And we know that when patients have an easy way to get things done, like a sports physical, a school physical, going to the pharmacy for shots, they skip child visits. Now, the unintended consequence of this bill is just that. I practiced close to 50 years. I diagnosed in my office thousands, literally thousands of patients with problems. They were behavioral, psychiatric, school problems, asthma, allergies, ear infections, even cancer. When the parents had no idea they had a problem, because I was able to elicit the information both from my examination and obtaining the proper history. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's important to vaccinate, absolutely, but we can't ignore the other aspects of child's health. And this is a flaw of this bill. So when you decide how you're going to vote, remember, there are always unintended consequences. And in this case, those consequences, I believe, are too great to ignore. That's my opinion. It's also mostly the opinion of the Maryland Academy of Pediatrics. So I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Diamond. Do I have any questions for this panel? That ends this panel, and now we're going to start our virtual testimony. Start with Lindsay Abraham.
She's about to call more people.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the
Speak up
finance.
just a little bit, Lindsay.
Can you hear me now?
I'm sorry, did you call my name and I didn't hear? Because I was in person opposing.
Excuse me. I don't have your name on my list.
Daniela Dorazio?
I do not.
Well,
If you want to have a seat, I've started this virtual. I'll get back to you in just a minute, but I do not have you signed in. Lindsay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Finance Committee. As you know, my name is Lindsay Abraham, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 18 on behalf of the National Association of Chain Drugstores. I will also note that as a Marylander myself, born and raised, and a licensed pharmacist of the state, I really do see value in passing such legislation. I will echo what my fellow witnesses in support of the bill have shared thus far, and I would also like to clarify that this important bill purely restores access to what was provided during the COVID-19 pandemic. The temporary federal flexibilities allowed Maryland pharmacy families to have the similar access to childhood vaccine services that families in other states were able to find at their local pharmacies. But since some of these allowances have now expired, options have become limited again in where the whole family, including children, can go to receive all necessary vaccines if needed. This is especially inconvenient for, as mentioned earlier, the more than 50% of children in Maryland who don't have that established primary or healthcare provider. But passing SB 18 will follow suit of more than 20 other states who have effectively maintained broader access to vaccine services, especially for children. Pharmacists are highly experienced and qualified. They've been safely administering vaccines to Marylanders for the last 20 years and even to children since 2011. Pharmacies also have the necessary infrastructure to report all administered vaccines, and they are also able to connect with the remainder of the patient's healthcare team. So before I wrap up, I did want to share some polling data that was conducted by Morning Consult and commissioned by NACDS in late 2023. 86% of adults in Maryland have said that pharmacists are easy to access. And it was astounding to see that 84% of them want to make sure that these laws and policies are updated so they can continue to have the same permanent access to pharmacy vaccine services as seen through the pandemic. Allowing more than 1,200 of those locations will allow them to have the option, access, and convenience. Thank you again for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Any questions for Lindsay? Thank you. Daniela, we found you. You're welcome to testify, but you did sign in as written only. So that maybe was a mistake. So in the future, if you sign in again, make sure you're putting oral.
Okay.
You can do oral and written, but yours just says written. So we found you. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you. I've been waiting since 1. I didn't even sleep last night thinking of coming here. So thank you so much. Hello, Senate Finance Committee. My name is Daniela Dorazio. As a mother, I strongly oppose SB 18. I'm opposed to expanding vaccination privileges for pharmacists to administer all vaccines to 5 years old and up. According to my pharmacist husband, pharmacists are already too busy to comply with mandatory counseling regulation, much less keep up with constant interruption of vaccination. Moreover, are you aware that on July 29, 2020, after months of false claims and objections, the CDC finally considered that it could not find a single study comparing health outcomes between vaccinated and unvaccinated children, and that it has not conducted a study of health outcomes in vaccinated versus unvaccinated population. Therefore, we don't know if vaccines improve one's health or damage it. You can find the letter of concession from CDC on iCanDecide.org. Please vote unfavorable on Bill SB 18. In the future, we should not talk about where to administer vaccine until the CDC conducts a proper study comparing health outcomes of vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and until the vaccine industry can be held legally liable for vaccine injuries and death. Until the CDC decides to perform a study comparing health outcomes in vaccinated versus vaccinated children, I recommend reading Vax and Vax, Let the Science Speak by Dr. Brian Hooker. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you.
Do I have any questions for Danielle? Thank you for your testimony. So back to the virtual, Jessica Helms.
Good now. Can you hear me? Why isn't this working? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you online. I don't know if
Jessica, we can hear you. Please start.
There it goes. Okay. Sorry. It was muted a bunch of times. I'm sorry. So my name is Jessica Helms, and I'm a parent and a former teacher in Prince George's County who worked heavily with the immigrant population in Hyattsville, and I oppose this bill. According to an article titled Recognizing Pharmacists as Vaccine for Children Providers from Health Affairs Forefront, as of 2020, pharmacists in Maryland who provide childhood vaccines are only reimbursed by Medicaid for ingredient costs and a professional dispensing fee. Currently, Maryland pharmacists are not permitted to enroll in the VFC program and therefore are not eligible to receive VFC doses, end quote. This bill will not serve uninsured, underinsured, or undocumented children since they will not be able to receive vaccines at pharmacies anyway. We are also removing pediatricians from the equation, which could further harm these children since they would not be receiving the full health checks that they need, given their crossings that some of my students had, that they should be getting. The current bill, as it stood, used the word parent and required a prescription. The bill you are being asked to pass is amending this to remove the word parent and replace it with a caregiver and remove the need for a prescription, both of which could harm children. What good does it do for the Maryland Health Code to define parent when the word parent is being removed for caregiver. During the House hearing, those testifying for the bill kept saying it was intended to give parents choices, but the bill is not giving parents choices since it is removing them from the equation. By opening the door for any caregiver, babysitter, as was testified to last year when this bill was brought up, an older sibling, a grandparent, both defined in the Maryland Health Code, is able to choose vaccination for a child in the absence of a parent being present. We are allowing other people to make choices for other people's children outside of the parent pediatrician team. By removing the need for prescription, we are removing the pediatrician from that team. And I know from personal experience what happens when you miss a well visit, because during COVID, our pediatrician shut down. My daughter missed one, and she was diagnosed with craniosynostosis at the age of 4 instead of at an age where a helmet would have helped her. So
Thank you, Jessica. Do I have any questions for Jessica? No questions. Thank you for testifying. Megan Montgomery.
Good afternoon or good evening, Madam Chair, Vice
Good
Chair,
evening.
and members of the Senate Finance Committee. My name is Megan Montgomery, and I come before you as a concerned parent asking you to oppose this bill. My full written testimony is in the record, but I want to take a moment and talk about the California study that was just done in 2023, polling over 4,000 pharmacists, including almost 3,000 chain pharmacists. The biggest takeaway here is if you look at the graph, it says, do you believe you have sufficient time to provide adequate screening prior to the administration of immunizations? When we look at the chain pharmacy piece, we see that 78% of pharmacists say no, they do not have time to even provide adequate screening. Children are not tiny adults. They don't come in knowing what vaccines they have. They have a complicated vaccine schedule and a complicated administration schedule. And Madam Chair, I do hear your concerns that if we don't pass this bill, where will children go? Well, thankfully in the state of Maryland, urgent cares are able to give all childhood vaccinations. And in August, there are huge vaccination clinics that children can go to. At least in an urgent care, they are getting some sort of other care. I'd also like very briefly to talk about all of the herds of enthusiastic pharmacy students who have walked around the Annapolis the last few weeks. I'm thrilled that these folks are doing their internships and doing their, their clinical studies, whatever they're doing in the pharmacy. But these students have never been a PIC. They've never been a licensed pharmacist. They've never run a shift. They don't know what they're talking about when it comes to the pressure pharmacists face. Here we go. The pharmacists are screaming. They must not be forced to administer more and more and more vaccines. Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry, Jenna Butler, you can unmute. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please start.
Thank you. My name is Jenna Butler. I'm coming as a concerned mother in opposition of SB 18. I first just want to start, I included this in my written testimony, but I have testified against this bill several times. I've never once seen a concerned Maryland parent come and say, hey, I need this bill. That's my first point there. My second is about the Maryland Department of Health studies that were mandated by HB 1040 and SB 736. These are not adequate studies. This is not thorough analysis and study. I hope that all of you have had the chance to read them, but we have this one that is 3 pages. This second report that is 13 pages. They were mandated by the bill of 2021 to include consumer input. There's no consumer input in here. They addressed the Immunet issues with a self-reported survey of 106 pharmacists and 26 pediatric care providers when there are thousands of them in the state. The inadequate sample there and the selection bias alone is disqualifying. This is not clearing up our issue. This is supposed to be all the information we need to proceed with this policy. We don't have it. Maryland is better than this. We have states like California who are doing mandated staffing legislation. They're doing prohibiting quotas. They are doing robust studies and surveys of pharmacists that are asking critical questions like, do you have time Do you even want to do this? Do you feel like you're causing harm? And the Maryland Health Department is giving us this inadequate study that suggests that pharmacies address their own staffing issues. They're suggesting doing kids vaccines in break rooms and stock rooms if they need more space, which I feel introduces an equity in pharmacy issue. This just feels outrageous to me that this is the study that we are moving ahead with. The data we do have tells us there's absolutely no need for this bill from a public health or an immunization rate perspective, and Maryland's consumers and children deserve better.
Thank you. Any questions for Jenna Butler? No questions. Thank you. Next, we have Steve Bress. Steve, unmute. Can you hear me?
Unmuted. Yes, I do. Thank you. As you mentioned, my name is Steve Bress. I want to thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Finance Committee for allowing me to speak. I've been a Maryland resident for more than 60 years, and I urge you to vote no on SB 18. As one of the things that was brought up by the first panel is that you could just talk to the pharmacist as to whether it's appropriate to get the shot or the vaccine, and you'll get the same advice as you might get from your doctor. Well, that's simply not true. I have a special needs child. He has very complex medical issues. And a side effect of that is I get to spend way too much time at pharmacies, mostly spread across Montgomery County. I've listened to all these lectures and explanations of the vaccines and basically the consent lectures. They've always been incomplete. They've never been thorough. And a pharmacist is just told these things are all safe and effective at all times for everybody. So, that's not 100% true. And a doctor has a better idea of which vaccine may or may not be appropriate at that time for my child. The pharmacist would not. So it's important that there be a doctor involved. The secondary thing is if there were to be an unfortunate adverse event, if there was no doctor leading the charge, that leaves either an emergency room or CVS or equivalent as ones required to report to VAERS this vaccine adverse event. But they're not trained for that, and it's hugely time consuming. And so it's that type of thing is not really likely to happen. As I mentioned, I spend a lot of time in pharmacies. They are chaotic. I've personally had to break up fights between the people and the pharmacists. I've gotten the wrong prescriptions more times than I can like to mention, including things that had known allergies that I had told them about. So anyway, it's not a nice, safe, happy place to have medical procedures. I urge you to vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Do you have any questions for Steve? Thank you very much. And our last testimony of the day is Esther Zabo. Zabo. Is Esther on? You see her? Okay. She's not turning on her video. Esther, can you turn on your video? Hello. You are our last witness of the day, Esther. Please turn on your video and get started. She may have walked away. Well, anything yet? Okay, we're gonna end the hearing for Senate Bill 18. There are no further questions, so that's the end of our hearings today. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Augustine.